Chapter 1 Supreme God Dynasty System. The Martial God Empire, the Imperial City. To the east of the Imperial City, there is a not-so-luxurious palace. In the courtyard of the palace, there is a reclining chair made of solid wood. On the reclining chair is a young man who looks very leisurely. The boy squinted his eyes and leaned on the recliner, his right index finger tapped melodically on the armrest of the recliner, as if he was thinking about something. The young man's name is Su Chen, and he is the third prince of the Martial God Empire. A month ago, the emperor of the Martial God Empire, Su Chen's father, passed away, and then the first prince came to the throne, and as the third prince, he came to this palace, ready to be an idle prince. However, the current Su Chen is no longer the third prince Su Chen. 3 days ago, a soul from the earth traveled to this world and entered this body. In other words, the present Su Chen is Su Chen from the earth. At this time, on an ancient tree outside the compound, there were several figures of uninvited guests crawling. These are 6 dead soldiers in black tights, all holding a 1-foot-long dagger in their hands. The shadow of the ancient trees outside the courtyard well concealed their figures, preventing them from being noticed by other people in the palace. These dead men seem to have been lurking here for a while, and their target is undoubtedly the third prince Su Chen in the courtyard. Swish! At this moment, the 6 dead men jumped out from the ancient tree at the same time, and landed in the courtyard, encircling Su Chen. Seeing the posture of the 6 dead men, Su Chen was a little flustered. He stood up from the reclining chair and looked solemnly at the dead men who surrounded him. At this time, he was unarmed. Obviously, he could not resist the assassination of these 6 well-trained dead men. Could it be that I'm going to die here just after I came to this world? Su Chen couldn't help thinking a little aggrieved. But at this moment, a sudden change occurred. Ding! The situation of the host has been detected, and the Supreme God Dynasty system has been activated. Hello, host, I am the Supreme God Dynasty system, system number 4130. The Supreme God Dynasty system was born to assist the host in building the Supreme God Dynasty, and can provide the host with sign-in rewards when the host encounters different situations. It is detected that the host has started the plot assassination storm, which meets the check-in requirements. May I ask if the host has signed in? Several ethereal voices suddenly sounded in Su Chen's mind. Su Chen was immediately overjoyed, as if he had grasped the life-saving straw. He quickly responded with his thoughts, sign in. Ding! Sign in successfully, congratulations to the host for obtaining Master Warrior Cultivation Base. As the sound of the system sounded in Su Chen's mind, Su Chen's physical body was immediately transformed under the action of a mysterious energy at a speed that ordinary people could hardly match. Under the influence of the mysterious energy, Su Chen's originally fragile body reached a strength that even some special soldiers in Su Chen's previous life could not match in just a few breaths. Waves of energy appeared in Su Chen's body, and Su Chen was pleasantly surprised to find that he could control these energies for his own use, and this energy was the power of qi and blood. The realm of warriors is divided into Mingjin, Darkjin, Huajin, and Grand Master, and once they reach the realm of Grand Master warriors, then Grand Master warriors can control the power of qi and blood in the body to separate from the body to achieve more goals. However, the changes in the strength of Su Chen's physical body were all carried out in his body, and the 6 dead soldiers could not see any changes from the outside. In the eyes of these dead men, Su Chen seemed to have been frightened stupid by them, and he froze in place, not daring to move. Looking at Su Chen, who was motionless like a scarecrow, a dead man grinned. He jumped out without hesitation, and swung the dagger in his hand to kill Su Chen. The rest of the dead soldiers also took a step forward. They did not conceal the murderous intent around them, and stabbed Su Chen with their knives. In the eyes of these 6 dead men, killing Su Chen is as easy as finding something out of a bag, and it doesn't take much effort at all. But at this moment, the corners of Su Chen's mouth rose slightly. These dead men are nothing but the cultivation base of the Dark Warriors, and with the help of the system, he has the cultivation base of a master warrior. How could he be afraid of these dead men? Swish! With a gust of cold wind blowing, the 6 dead men were horrified to find that the figure of Su Chen, who was standing blankly beside the recliner, suddenly disappeared. Immediately afterwards, a dead man felt a sudden gust of cold wind blowing from behind him. The dead man's complexion changed, alarm bells rang in his heart, and the dagger in his hand subconsciously swung towards his back. However, it was too late. A slender palm pierced from the back of the dead man's chest, pierced through his chest in an instant, and pierced out from his chest. The palm of this palm even held the dead man's broken heart. The heart shattered, and the dead man immediately lost all vitality. After the arm that pierced his chest was pulled out, his body collapsed powerlessly. Seeing this, the other dead men were terrified. They looked at the figure behind the dead man in shock and anger. The owner of this figure is Su Chen, who was regarded as a possession by them before. The corners of Su Chen's mouth turned up, showing a bit of a smile. In the eyes of the dead soldiers, this smile was as scary as a god of death urging him to die. These dead soldiers were all inconceivable. According to the information they received, the third Prince Su Chen was obviously an ordinary person with no cultivation, but the strength displayed by the other party just now was no less than that of a veteran. The Huajin warrior. Su Chen looked at these dead men. Although he was smiling, his expression was very cold. You know, if the system hadn't given him the cultivation base of a master martial artist, allowing him to suppress these 6 dead soldiers in terms of cultivation base, I'm afraid he would have died under the opponent's dagger. Su Chen shot again, only to see that he slapped a palm out of thin air, and the power of qi and blood that belonged to the cultivation of the master warrior surged out of his body, and with this palm, he shot towards a dead man not far away. Go! The power of the monstrous sky and blood emerged from Su Chen's palm, and turned into a terrifying air wave, which bombarded the dead man's chest in an instant. A blood hole suddenly appeared in the dead man's chest, and the blood splashed in all directions, splashing the faces of several dead men around him. This is a Grand Master warrior. A dead soldier couldn't help but exclaimed when he saw his companion's death. They finally knew what the third Prince Su Chen's cultivation level was. Qi and blood are separated from the body, killing people in the air. That is the power that only the master and strong can display. Let's go! The dead man shouted, and was about to run away. Under Su Chen's continuous killing, these dead men have been reduced by 2, and now there are only 4 of these dead men left. Obviously, it is impossible for them to complete the task, so these 4 dead men wisely choose to retreat. Hearing this, the smile on the corner of Su Chen's mouth disappeared. Let's go? Can we go? Su Chen snorted coldly, and he shot one after another. 3 of the dead soldiers burst out blood from their backs, and they were killed by Su Chen's blow. Immediately afterwards, Su Chen appeared in front of the last dead man, grabbed the other man's neck, and lifted him up. Who told you to come? Su Chen asked coldly. Su Chen understood that there must be a murderer behind these dead men. If he is not found out, then he will face endless assassinations. Although the cultivation base of his master martial artist made him fearless, the feeling of being assassinated is always bad. But when Su Chen pressed the last dead man, the dead man suddenly foamed at the mouth, his head tilted, and he just fell down. This dead man actually chose to commit suicide by taking poison. The 6 soldiers who came to assassinate Su Chen all died, but Su Chen never knew the identity of the mastermind behind the scenes. This feeling of being kept in the dark annoyed him very much. Damn it, who wants to assassinate me? Su Chen's face was ashen, he frowned and thought. In his own mind, Su Chen searched for the memory of his predecessor that he inherited after time travel. In the memory of this former body, he has lived in the palace for more than 10 years, but he has never offended anyone. Under normal circumstances, no one should assassinate him. At this moment, Su Chen suddenly remembered that the eldest prince Su Xinling, who was in the palace at this time, was a ruthless character. Maybe it was because he was about to succeed to the throne and wanted to gather all the power, so he planned to get rid of all the power. Prince? How can it be? Su Chen immediately ruled out this possibility. But when Su Chen ruled out this option, the voice of the system suddenly sounded in his mind, giving him a loud slap in the face. Ding! It is detected that the host has started the plot Brotherhood, which meets the check-in requirements. Is the host signed in? Hearing this, Su Chen was stunned, and then his expression became serious. He didn't expect that the person who wanted to kill him was really the great Prince Su Xinling who was about to ascend the throne. Sign in. Su Chen said to the system. Ding! Sign in successfully, congratulations to the host for obtaining the loyalty panel. Su Chen immediately checked the reward information. This loyalty panel allows Su Chen to check the loyalty of all his subordinates. Su Chen can use the information displayed on the loyalty panel to judge whether his subordinates are sincerely loyal to him or are hypocritical undercover agents. Third Prince, there is news from the palace. While Su Chen was checking the reward information, a middle-aged man walked over quickly from outside the courtyard, and he came to Su Chen respectfully. Su Chen nodded slightly, and asked, Uncle Fu, what's the news? Uncle Fu is the housekeeper of the palace, a management talent trained by Su Chen's mother and concubine outside the palace. After Su Chen entered the palace, Uncle Fu pledged his allegiance to Su Chen. Uncle Fu said, 7 days later, the Grand Prince's enthronement ceremony will be held. The palace sent a message requesting that all the princes and princesses go to the palace in 7 days to attend the Grand Prince's enthronement ceremony. The author has something to say. After the release of the new book, after a year of writing, Xiao Beihu has also changed from a prospective high school student who just finished the senior high school entrance examination to the current high school student who is about to enter the second year of high school after the first year of high school. And Xiao Beihu's book has also changed from the original fan novel Doluo, Gold and Silver Dragon God to this original fantasy novel Upper God Dynasty, beginning usurping the throne and becoming the emperor. Book friends who have read Xiao Beihu's old book Doluo, Gold, Silver and Dragon God should know that Xiao Beihu has written a book for a whole year, and has never delayed, lessened, or stopped updates, and the updates throughout the year are extremely stable. Although Xiao Beihu is a high school student, Xiao Beihu is definitely responsible for his own works. As early as the beginning of June, Xiao Beihu's old book was finished, and preparations for the new book began. However, Xiao Beihu wrote 3 words beginning with 10,000 characters, and all 3 beginnings were rejected. It was not until the present Supreme God Dynasty, beginning usurping the throne as emperor, that he successfully got the approval of the editor-in-chief and was able to sign and issue the book. This book Supreme God Dynasty, beginning usurping the throne and becoming the emperor, brings together the painstaking efforts of Xiao Beihu. Xiao Beihu sincerely hopes that everyone will like this book and this story. Little White Tiger also hopes to present the best stories to everyone. Thank you for clicking into this book, thank you for your support. If possible, Xiao Beihu would like to ask for recommendation tickets, monthly tickets and tips. Thank you in advance, Xiao Beihu. Chapter 2 Soldiers, Deceitful Ways. Hearing this, Su Chen just sneered, and said, Enter the palace to participate in the enthronement ceremony? Hehe, the eldest Prince Su Xinling probably wants to lead us into the palace to be executed. Uncle Fu was shocked. He quickly asked, why did the third prince say such a thing? Su Chen stepped aside, pointed to the corpses of dead men in the compound, and said, this is the evidence. This time Su Xinling sent dead men to assassinate me but failed, so the real murderous intention will definitely be on the day of the enthronement ceremony appear. When Uncle Fu saw the corpse in the courtyard, he believed Su Chen's words. He was surprised and angry and said, how dare the eldest prince kill his siblings? Third prince, are you all right? Su Chen shook his head. The powerful power of qi and blood was displayed, and his cultivation as a master was fully displayed. Third prince, you should hurry up and escape from the imperial city. This old servant is willing to do his best to serve as the third prince's queen. Fu Bo said firmly. He doesn't seem to be afraid of death at all, he is even willing to sacrifice his life to protect the third prince Su Chen in front of him. Su Chen chuckled, and said, then Su Xinling is just a copy of Hu Hai, the second emperor of the Qin dynasty. He just has that ruthless heart. Handing the martial god empire into Su Xinling's hands is tantamount to pushing it into a sea of flames. Uncle Fu, I don't plan to run away, on the contrary, I plan to turn against Su Xinling on the day of the enthronement ceremony, and throw him off the throne. Su Chen's eyes showed a bit of annoyance, he said so. Yes, as early as when Su Chen learned from the system information who was behind the assassination, he had already decided to rebel and usurp the throne. Although Su Chen is not a cruel and ruthless person, he will never show mercy to those who want to kill him. Su Xinling can be the emperor of the martial god empire, so why can't I, Su Chen? Su Chen said. Uncle Fu was stunned for a moment, and said, Third prince, who is the second Qin emperor Hu Hai you mentioned? Hearing this, Su Chen scratched his head in embarrassment. He had just subconsciously mentioned the historical figures in his previous life. Uncle Fu naturally didn't know about the figures that did not exist in this world. No need to delve into it, Uncle Fu, are you willing to help me overthrow that Su Xinling? Su Chen waved his hand and asked. Uncle Fu said without hesitation, Third prince, everything that this old slave has is bestowed by your mother and concubine. Now this old slave's life also belongs to you, third prince. No matter what the third prince wants to do, this old slave is willing to give you three. The prince will follow suit. Su Chen didn't reply, he looked at Fu Bo in front of him, and said to the system in his mind, System, open Fu Bo's loyalty panel. Ding! The loyalty panel has been opened, detection object, 4B. Test result, Uncle Fu is favored by the host's mother and concubine, so he is loyal to the host and has no second thoughts. Even if the host tells him to die, the other party will execute it without hesitation. Seeing this, Su Chen nodded in satisfaction, and his expression towards Uncle Fu became softer. Fu Bo asked, Third prince, what should we do now? Su Chen pondered, if we want to overthrow Su Xinling's throne, then the first thing we need to do is to firmly control the entire imperial city in the palm of our hands. If you want to control the imperial city, the first person to bear the brunt is Yu Wenzhuo, the commander of the city defense army who has the cultivation of a master warrior. Fu Bo, I plan to go to the city defense army. While I am away, you will be responsible for protecting the palace. Safety. Su Chen explained to Uncle Fu. Although Fu Bo is only the steward of the palace, his cultivation has reached the late stage of dark energy. As long as he is not besieged by dead men with dark energy cultivation like just now, then with Fu Bo's ability, it is not a problem to protect the palace. Yes. Uncle Fu lowered his head slightly and accepted the order. Uncle Fu is not worried about Su Chen's safety, after all, Su Chen has just demonstrated his cultivation as a master martial artist. So, after Su Chen asked Fu Bo some things, he walked towards the outside of the palace. After Uncle Fu watched Su Chen leave, he entered the courtyard to dispose of the bodies of these dead men. At this time, the imperial palace of the Valkyrie Empire. In the royal study of the palace, the eldest prince Su Xinling was flipping through an ancient book leisurely. Two exquisitely dressed court ladies were holding herbal tea and pastries, quietly waiting by his side, not daring to make a sound. At this moment, a masked man walked in from the door of the imperial study. Su Xinling raised his head as if feeling something, he waved his hand, signaling the maid next to him to go down, and then he looked at the masked man. How's the matter going? Su Xinling's voice seemed naturally magnetic. The masked man hesitated for a moment, and said in a low voice, the actions against the second prince and the fourth prince were all successful, but something unexpected happened to the third prince. Su Chen. Su Xinling was stunned, and asked, what happened to Su Chen? In Su Xinling's arrangement, he planned to let the second prince, third prince, and fourth prince die accidentally before the enthronement ceremony, while the subsequent princes and princesses would all be killed during the enthronement ceremony. As for why he didn't plan to kill all the princes before the enthronement ceremony, it was purely because Su Xinling was worried that too many people would die, and it would be easy for people to suspect him. After all the princes were dead, and he was the only one who was fine, so wouldn't the murderer behind the scenes be obvious? In desperation, Su Xinling could only choose to get rid of the three princes who threatened him the most. The masked man replied, according to the investigation of my subordinates, the 6 dead men responsible for the actions against the third prince were all buried in the third prince's mansion, and none of them survived. And the third prince left the palace. That third prince seems to be a little bit capable. He actually discovered the existence of his subordinates and got rid of his followers, said the masked man. Hearing this, Su Xinling's strength in holding the book suddenly increased, and several cracks appeared on the priceless ancient book in his hand. Su Chen? I didn't expect that my younger brother is quite secretive. Su Xinling snorted coldly. Although Su Xinling didn't accuse the masked man of doing things badly, but the masked man knew that Su Xinling's words must be dissatisfied with him. The masked man quickly bowed his head and said, "This subordinate is incompetent." Su Xinling glanced at the masked man coldly, and said, "I'll give you one more chance to stare at Su Chen and tell me all his movements." "Yes." The masked man straightened his body and said. Su Xinling waved his hand, and the next moment, the masked man appeared outside the imperial study. City Defense Army Barracks. "My lord, the third prince seeks an audience." In the training ground of the City Defense Army Barracks, a man wearing a handsome robe and holding a silver spear was seriously watching a group of City Defense Army soldiers training not far away. At this moment, a messenger ran in from outside the barracks, and he reported to the man. This man was Yu Wenzuo, the commander of the City Defense Army. Yu Wenzuo was a little surprised after hearing the report from the messenger. "Don't the third prince know that I have already supported the first prince? What else is he going to do?" Yu Wenzuo thought so. He knew that the only possibility for the third prince Su Chen to come to him now was to persuade him for yourself, let yourself turn around and support the other person. However, after thinking about it, Yu Wenzuo still said to the messenger, "Let him in." "Yes." The orderly nodded and ran out again. Not long after, Su Chen was led by the messenger and entered the City Defense Army Barracks. Su Chen looked at everything in the City Defense Army Barracks with great interest. On the way when he came, his cultivation as a master warrior made him feel that someone was following him. Fortunately, the other party seemed to have only the cultivation base of a strong martial artist, which allowed him to successfully throw off the other party when he intentionally took a detour. Su Chen didn't intend to find out the other party. After all, his most important thing now was to subdue Yu Wenzuo, the commander of the City Defense Army not far away. The commander of the City Defense Army, Yu Wenzuo, has met the third prince. Yu Wenzuo nodded slightly to Su Chen. Su Chen smiled and said to Yu Wenzuo, "Master Commander, I wonder if I can discuss some things with you? For example, get your support." Su Chen's words were very straightforward, without any concealment. Sensing Su Chen's undisguised solicitation, Yu Wenzuo shook his head secretly, but he underestimated the third prince. "Third prince, as you know, I have already supported the first prince. If that's all you came for, then please come back." Yu Wenzuo declined with a smile. Although Yu Wenzuo was smiling, a trace of contempt was well hidden in his eyes. Hearing Yu Wenzuo's eviction order, Su Chen didn't care. He had expected Yu Wenzuo's refusal, but he was not unplanned. But just when Su Chen was about to take out his whole cards to try to subdue the opponent, the system's prompt sounded again in his mind. Ding! It is detected that the host has started the plot journey to the military camp, which meets the check-in requirements. Is the host signed in? Hearing this, Su Chen quickly replied, "Sign in." "Sign in successfully, congratulations to the host for obtaining mastery of advanced art of war." As the system's voice fell, a large amount of information immediately flooded into Su Chen's mind, which made Su Chen stagnate in place while receiving the information. Immediately afterwards, Su Chen's eyes showed ecstasy. You must know that although his previous life memory has a whole card that can shake the opponent, the reason why the whole card is called a whole card is because it has never been used. And once the whole card is used, it will leave traces in this world, and this whole card can no longer be called the whole card. Therefore, the arrival of this advanced art of war mastery can be said to have solved Su Chen's urgent need. Third Prince, if you have nothing else to do, please go back. Seeing Su Chen standing still, Yu Wenzuo frowned. His tone was a little bit more serious, with an unquestionable meaning. But at this moment, Su Chen showed a confident smile again, and he said to Yu Wenzuo, "Master Commander, please slow down. Of course, I am not here just for this matter. Excuse me, Sir Commander, would you like to have a discussion with me on the art of war?" Yu Wenzuo was stunned for a moment, and he looked at Su Chen with even more contempt in his eyes. You know, Yu Wenzuo has been in the army for decades, and before he became the commander of the Imperial City Defense Force, he also participated in various large and small battles. Yu Wenzuo's attainments in the art of war are extremely high. Even in the entire martial god empire, there are very few people who can surpass Yu Wenzuo in the art of war, let alone Su Chen who grew up in the greenhouse in the palace in front of him. But now, the third prince, who is well clothed and well fed, is trying to discuss the art of war with him. Isn't this a cocoon? Then, please tell me, the third prince, what is the art of using soldiers? Yu Wenzuo chuckled lightly, and asked Su Chen. Su Chen thought for a while, and then replied without hesitation, "Soldiers are deceitful. Therefore, if you can show that you can't. If you use it, you can't use it. If you are close, you can show it is far, and if you are far, you can show it is near. Take it when it is chaotic, prepare it when it is real, evade it when it is strong, scratch it when it is angry, be arrogant when it is humble, work when it is lost, and leave it when it is relative. Attack when it is unprepared, and surprise it. Pass it on first." The information that Su Chen got from the mastery of the advanced art of war naturally included all the art of war in his previous life. Therefore, he did not hesitate to express his understanding of the art of war in Sun Tzu's art of war. The author has something to say. Thank you very much for reading the novel Supreme God Dynasty, Usurp the Throne and Be the Emperor at the beginning. Xiao Beihu, thank you for your support. In addition, Xiao Beihu implores everyone here, hoping that brothers can follow up the latest chapters every day. If you really don't have time, you can click on the latest chapters and not read them. Because this book is completely free and will never be on the shelves, what the editor looks at is not the subscription of this book, but the follow-up rate of this book. In other words, whether brothers can read the latest chapters of this book every day has already determined whether the grades of this book are good or bad. The fate of Supreme God Dynasty, beginning usurping the throne and becoming emperor, is in everyone's hands. If you guys like this book, please read the latest chapter. Xiao Beihu once again sincerely thanks everyone for their support. Chapter 3, Kill the Stalker and Meet the Brothers. Hearing this, Yu Wenzuo's eyes lit up. As the commander of the Imperial City Defense Force, he naturally understands how brilliant the art of using soldiers explained by Su Chen is. Just because of this understanding of the art of using soldiers, the third prince Su Chen is not weaker than himself at all. Yu Wenzuo hurriedly continued to question Su Chen, and asked several difficult questions related to the art of war, some of which even Yu Wenzuo himself only had a half knowledge of. However, in Su Chen's eyes, these difficult problems are as simple as addition, subtraction, multiplication, and division. He eloquently answered Yu Wenzuo's difficult problems, and his answers even made Yu Wenzuo feel enlightened. Therefore, Yu Wenzuo no longer dared to underestimate the third prince Su Chen. He looked at Su Chen in awe and said, "Third prince, your accomplishments in the art of war are inferior to others. If the third prince doesn't mind, I also invite the third prince to talk freely about the future in my tent." Su Chen smiled and nodded. He followed Yu Wenzuo into Yu Wenzuo's military tent. Yu Wenzuo waved his hand and pushed back the surrounding soldiers. Afterwards, Yu Wenzuo bowed to Su Chen and said sincerely, "This subordinate is willing to serve the third prince." System, check Yu Wenzuo's loyalty panel. Su Chen didn't believe Yu Wenzuo immediately, but said to the system in his heart. Ding! The loyalty panel has been opened. The detection object, Yu Wenzuo. Test results, Yu Wenzuo has been loyal to the Valkyrie Empire all his life, but he is very disdainful of Su Xinling's murder of his siblings. He is worried that Su Xinling will become a tyrant after becoming emperor, which will do harm to the future of the Valkyrie Empire. The host and Su Xinling are both one of the princes of the Martial God Empire, so they naturally have the right to inherit the throne of the Martial God Empire. In Yu Wenzuo's view, if the host can become the emperor of the Martial God Empire, it will be more beneficial to the Martial God Empire than Su Xinling. Develop. Therefore, Yu Wenzuo is willing to be loyal to the host of the third prince of the Martial God Empire, and his loyalty is extremely high. If the host can successfully usurp the throne and become the emperor, then Yu Wenzuo will be completely loyal to the host and will never betray him. Su Chen's attainments in the art of war can be said to have surpassed that of Yu Wenzuo, who has led the army for decades, so Yu Wenzuo is very optimistic about Su Chen's future. You know, Su Chen is still only in the weak year. Of course, this is not the main reason why Yu Wenzuo is willing to serve Su Chen. Yu Wenzuo was also well aware of Su Xinling's murder of his siblings. Although he didn't help in this matter, he didn't take any action to stop it either. After all, his object of allegiance at that time was still Su Xinling. However, Yu Wenzuo is still very contemptuous of this kind of thing, which makes his favor towards Su Xinling plummet. Besides, Su Xinling could even kill his own siblings mercilessly, let alone a foreign minister like him. If one day he angered Su Xinling, he might be killed by Su Xinling too. Yu Wenzuo and Su Xinling had disagreements in their thoughts, and this was the fundamental reason why he was willing to turn his head to serve Su Chen. As for Su Chen's accomplishments in the art of war, it was just the fuse that finally made Yu Wenzuo make a decision of allegiance. Su Chen nodded happily, and said to Yu Wenzuo, "Okay, from now on, you are one of my subordinates. In addition, I want you to make all preparations for the city defense army within these 7 days, and be ready at any time lead the army to help me kill the palace." Hearing this, Yu Wenzuo said in surprise, "Third prince, are you planning to rebel?" Although Yu Wenzuo had some guesses about Su Chen's thoughts, he did not expect that Su Chen had already started planning this matter. And judging from Su Chen's more confident tone, Su Chen should have a certain degree of confidence. Su Chen sneered and said, "Since Su Xinling can send a dead man to assassinate me, then I can remove him from the throne. I still have to be the new emperor of the Martial God Empire." Yu Wenzuo no longer hesitated, he cupped his hands and said, "Please rest assured, the third prince, this subordinate will go all out to remove all obstacles for you." Although the person Su Chen wants to rebel against is someone he once supported, but since he is already loyal to Su Chen, Su Xinling, who is hostile to Su Chen, has also become his enemy. Su Chen said, "Well, if there is any news at that time, I will send someone to inform you. In that case, I will leave first." Su Chen is still very relieved about Yu Wenzuo. On the loyalty panel displayed by the system, Yu Wenzuo's loyalty is enough to meet the standard, and Yu Wenzuo's master martial artist's cultivation level makes Su Chen not worry about whether the other party's ability is enough. Yu Wenzuo hurriedly stepped forward and personally sent Su Chen out of the barracks. "Master Commander, are you on good terms with the third prince?" "But we are not." Seeing this, one of Yu Wenzuo's personal guards asked Yu Wenzuo with some doubts. Yu Wenzuo shook his head, his eyes were full of coldness. Old 7, you found an opportunity to kill Xia Wuchen and Xia Mu. As for the reason, you claimed that these two tried to assassinate the third prince, but they were killed on the spot after they failed. Yu Wenzuo's voice was indifferent. The guard named Lao Qi nodded and left without further questioning. Although Yu Wenzuo didn't answer him directly, Yu Wenzuo's words gave him the answer indirectly. This personal guard named Lao Qi knew that the Xia Wuchen and Xia Mu mentioned by Yu Wenzuo were both sent by the eldest prince Su Xinling and placed in the city defense army. Since Yu Wenzuo intends to take these two people out, his answer is naturally obvious. At this time, on the streets of the imperial city, Su Chen, who left the barracks of the city defense army, was heading towards the palace. Suddenly, the corners of his mouth rose slightly. It's that guy who turned into a martial artist again, and it's so fun to follow me. Su Chen said to himself. His perception of the master martial artist was released, and he locked on the position of the stalker in an instant. Su Chen's eyes showed a bit of sharpness, releasing a strong killing intent. Follow me again and again, do you really think you are Su Xinling's subordinate so I dare not kill you? My master, there is more to come in this chapter. Please click on the next page to continue reading, the next part will be more exciting. Su Chen snorted coldly, and his figure disappeared immediately. At the same time, on the top of a 4-story building 100 meters away, the masked man prostrated himself on the roof suddenly stood up, with a look of disbelief in his eyes. In the eyes of the masked man, the third prince Su Chen disappeared in the crowd out of thin air, and he couldn't find the other party's trace at all. Hehe, are you looking for me? At this moment, a familiar and indifferent voice sounded from behind the masked man. Hearing this, the masked man turned pale with shock, and suddenly turned around behind him. I saw that the third prince Su Chen who he had been monitoring had appeared behind him at some point. Looking at the murderous eyes of the other party, the masked man pulled out the dagger from his waist without hesitation, and stabbed towards Su Chen. The masked man unleashed his martial artist's cultivation base, and the dagger that he thrust out seemed to have a layer of sharpness attached to it. The dagger pierced out like a bamboo, as if it wanted to penetrate Su Chen's body. However, under the inconceivable gaze of the masked man, Su Chen just lightly stretched out 2 fingers, and caught the short sword he stabbed. You are a master warrior. The masked man looked at Su Chen in disbelief, and said tremblingly. Su Chen chuckled, and said, I still have some knowledge. As Su Chen's words fell, Su Chen's 2 fingers unexpectedly pinched off the masked man's dagger. Immediately afterwards, Su Chen pointed at the masked man with swords. In an instant, the monstrous power of blood in Su Chen's body roared out of the body, piercing through the masked man's heart in an instant with the sharpest gesture. The masked man fell down unwillingly, and his blood was flowing on the roof of the 4-story building. Fortunately, this building has a flat roof, otherwise, if blood was left from the eaves, it might be scary. After a few breaths, Su Chen appeared on the street again. His clothes were still spotless, and the death of the masked man hadn't stained them. Just when Su Chen was about to return to the palace, a crisp voice came from not far away. Brother Huang, I didn't expect you to be here. Su Chen turned around and saw a girl with bright eyes and bright teeth smiling and walking towards him. The girl's height is about the same as Su Chen's, about 1.8 meters, and her graceful figure is very fascinating. Su Jingxi. Su Chen was a little surprised. In the memory of the original owner of this body, this girl would never go out on the street alone. Su Jingxi is the girl's name. She is the 7th emperor's daughter of the martial god empire. Su Chen's father had 9 children, but among the 9 children, there were only 2 emperors. And Su Jingxi in front of Su Chen is one of the 2 princesses. Su Jingxi's mother and concubine died of illness after giving birth to her, and her mother and concubine had a very good relationship with Su Chen's mother and concubine, so Su Jingxi grew up in Su Chen's home since she was a child, and the relationship between her and Su Chen is like a relationship. Brothers and sisters of mother compatriots are generally cordial. Su Chen asked, Jingxi, what are you doing on the streets of the imperial city alone? Although the old emperor passed away and all the princes except the eldest prince who was about to succeed him had to leave the palace, Su Jingxi and the other two princesses still had the right to stay in the palace. According to Su Jingxi's temperament, she should not leave the palace casually. Su Jingxi stuck out her tongue and said, Aunt Yun asked me to come to you. There is important news in the palace. Brother Huang, let's go back to the palace and talk about it. The full name of Aunt Yun mentioned by Su Jingxi is Yunju, and she is Su Chen's mother and concubine. Su Chen nodded and said, then let's go back to the mansion and talk about it. So, the two speeded up and returned to Su Chen's palace. Su Jingxi looked around and saw that there was no one around, and then whispered to Su Chen, Aunt Yun sent me a message that the eldest prince seems to want to get rid of you, Brother Emperor. You and Brother Xian go to the imperial city to take shelter for a while. Avoid it. The second and fourth princes seem to have been killed. When she spoke, she looked around vigilantly from time to time, for fear that what she said would be heard by others. The elder brother of Xian mentioned by Su Jingxi is named Su Xian, the sixth prince of the martial god empire, and the younger brother of Su Chen. If the relationship between Su Jingxi and Su Chen is like sisters of the same mother, then Su Xian is Su Chen's real brother of the same mother, and their mother and concubine are both Yunju. At this moment, the gate of the palace was suddenly opened. A black-haired man with extraordinary appearance came in from the door, and the man greeted him, Brother Huang, Jingxi, how are you? Say Cao Cao, Cao Cao is here. Su Jingxi and I mentioned your name just now, but you came unexpectedly. Su Chen responded with a smile. Yes, it was the sixth prince Su Xian who came. Su Xian asked with some doubts, Brother, who is Cao Cao? Su Chen patted himself on the head, and said, don't worry about it. Xian, why are you here? Su Xian's expression gradually became serious, and he said, Brother, the second and fourth princes were assassinated and killed by assassins half a day ago, do you know about this? Su Jingxi just told me that not only them, but even me was assassinated by a dead man half a day ago. The other party is Su Xinling's man. Su Chen nodded and said. Hearing this, Su Xian and Su Jingxi's expressions changed drastically, and they asked in unison, Brother Emperor, are you not injured? Su Chen shook his head with a smile, and said, Don't worry, with my strength, a mere dead warrior with a dark martial artist cultivation base can't do anything to me. As he said that, the power of qi and blood in Su Chen's body was released, and the power of qi and blood surrounded Su Chen's body, filled with mysterious power. Grandmaster Martial Artist, Brother Emperor, when will you? Su Xian looked at Su Chen in disbelief. He and Su Chen were almost inseparable since childhood. He couldn't be more clear about Su Chen's cultivation level. You know, before leaving the palace, Su Chen was just an ordinary person who wasn't even a bright martial artist. Su Xian couldn't imagine at all how Su Chen went from an ordinary person to a master warrior who was rare in the imperial city in just over a month. Su Chen smiled slightly, and said, Of course, I am able to possess this level of cultivation because of my fortuitous encounter. Let's not talk about this for the time being. The most urgent task now is how we should deal with Su Xinling. You know, that guy Su Xinling wants to get rid of Su Xinling. Get rid of all the princes. Su Xian sighed, and said, that guy Su Xinling's status can be said to be in the sky after the death of his father. Even if you are a master martial artist, it is difficult to compete with him. Before I learned about the cultivation of the emperor, I originally wanted to escaping from the imperial city together with the emperor's brother, seeking a chance of survival. But, have you ever thought about the last possibility? That is to lift Su Xinling, the guy who tried to mutilate his brothers, from the throne, and then we will rule the martial god empire. Su Chen smiled confidently. Su Xian and Su Jingxi said. The author has something to say. Xiao Beihu has sent out the signing contract of Supreme God Dynasty, beginning usurping the throne and becoming the emperor, and it is expected that the status will be changed this week. According to the editor-in-charge's suggestion, Xiao Beihu will temporarily change its status once a day before changing its status, and after 2 or 3 days to change its status, it will change to twice a day. Ask for a recommendation ticket. Chapter 4 Layout, Kong Tong Seal. Su Cheniao shocked everyone. Su Zian and Su Jingxi were very surprised when they heard his words. Su Zian said in surprise, "Brother Huang, we only have 7 days. After 7 days, that Gai Su Xinling's enthronement ceremony will be held. In 7 days, we will not be able to lay out the entire imperial city. Besides, Su Xinling controls the entire imperial city defense army and many personal guards in the palace, and the commander of the city defense army, Yu Wenzhuo, is a veteran master warrior. Even you, the emperor, can hardly defeat him. We are weak, how can Su Xinling be removed from the throne?" Su Zian analyzed. Su Chen smiled and said, "Zian, in fact, things are not as difficult as you think. For example, Yu Wenzhuo, the commander of the Imperial City Defense Army you said, has now entered my command." Hearing this, not only Su Zian, but even Su Jingxi couldn't bear it anymore. "Brother Huang, is what you said true? When did it happen?" Su Jingxi looked at Su Chen in disbelief. Su Chen said, "I just left the palace just to go to the city defense army barracks to subdue Yu Wenzhuo. Now that the Imperial City Defense Army has returned, the next thing we have to do is to control the palace as well." Ding! It is detected that the host has started the plot usurper of the throne and meets the check-in requirements. Is the host signed in? At this moment, the voice of the system sounded in Su Chen's mind again. Su Chen replied without thinking, "Sign in." Ding! Sign in successfully, congratulations to the host for obtaining Kong Tong Seal. Su Chen was a little ecstatic at once, so he quickly opened the introduction of this reward, and a light curtain generated by the system that only Su Chen could see appeared in front of him. Kong Tong Seal, one of the top 10 artifacts in ancient times. It can suppress the luck of the empire and abolish the emperor of a country. If the owner of the Kong Tong Seal is the emperor of the empire, then the owner of the Kong Tong Seal can use it to actively control the luck of the empire. Used. With the thought of Su Chen, a large circular seal that shone like a jewel appeared in his palm. Su Chen could feel that this Kong Tong Seal had an inexplicable connection with his soul. Obviously, the Kong Tong Seal given to Su Chen by the system has already completed the identification with him. With the Kong Tong Seal beside him, Su Chen's self-confidence became even stronger. You know, even if Su Xinling has successfully ascended the throne as emperor, Su Chen can use the power of Kong Tong Seal to forcibly abolish Su Xinling's throne. At that time, a vision will come down from the sky. Even if Su Xinling can forcibly proclaim himself emperor, he will still be unpopular. "Brother Huang, what should I do?" Su Jingxi asked. Among the 3 of Su Chen, only she, the princess, can enter and leave the palace at will. If Su Chen wants to control the palace, she is the only one who can help. Su Chen took Kong Tong Yin back into the system backpack, and then he handed 5 capsules to Su Jingxi. These 5 capsules are the highly poisonous substances he took out from the tooth sockets of the 5 dead men earlier. After taking out these capsules, Su Chen cleaned their shells. Su Chen said, "Jingxi, I want you to add the poison in this capsule to the meal of Su Xinling's bodyguard without anyone noticing. Although Su Xinling's bodyguard can be replaced after he dies, we can make him feel terrified by doing so. Because he doesn't know if he will be the next one to be poisoned." Su Chen said. Su Jingxi was stunned, and she asked, "Then why don't we poison Su Xinling directly? Besides, it is completely useless to frighten Su Xinling." Su Chen said with a smile, "How can Su Xinling's poison be so easy to inflict? As long as Su Xinling's bodyguards continue to die, Su Xinling will feel frightened. In this way, Su Xinling's eyeliner in the imperial city will be covered by him a lot. Take it back, to protect himself. In this way, our actions in the imperial city can be carried out better. Su Chen said. Su Jingxi suddenly realized, she nodded obediently, and said, I see, Brother Huang, I understand. Brother Huang, what about me? Su Xian asked quickly, and he also wanted to help. Su Chen thought for a while and asked, Xian, do you want to join the army? In the memory of the original owner of Su Chen's body, Su Xian liked to read some books on the art of war since he was a child. Su Chen could tell that Su Xian was very interested in leading troops to fight. Hearing this, Su Xian's eyes lit up, and he asked, Brother Huang, what do you mean? Su Chen nodded and said, that's right, I plan to let you join the City Defense Army. In the Imperial City Defense Army, even Su Xinling can't assassinate you under Yu Wenzhuo's eyes. Xian, would you like to ask Yu Wenzhuo for your support, division? Su Xian agreed without hesitation, I am willing. You must know that in today's martial god empire, there is absolutely no one who can surpass Yu Wenzhuo in the art of war, and among these less than 5 people, except for Su Chen, the rest are all guarding the border. Su Chen, who planned to usurp the throne and become emperor, naturally had no time to teach him, so Yu Wenzhuo became the best choice. After all, the current Yu Wenzhuo is loyal to Su Chen. Su Chen immediately called Uncle Fu to bring the pen and inkstone, and then wrote a letter of recommendation for Su Xian. Xian, you should go and learn from Yu Wenzhuo now. Besides, I will need you and Yu Wenzhuo to lead troops to help me when I force the palace in 7 days. Su Chen said. No problem. Su Xian said. Su Chen gave some instructions to Su Xian and Su Jingxi again, and then they left separately. After watching the two of them leave, Su Chen took out the Kongtong seal for the sign-in reward from the system backpack again. This dark blue stone seems ordinary, but Su Chen can feel the supreme horror from the Kongtong seal. Su Chen tried to inject the power of qi and blood in his body into the Kongtong seal, and after the injection of the power of qi and blood, the Kongtong seal suddenly burst into light. Immediately afterwards, a strange energy flowed into Su Chen's body along Su Chen's palm holding Kongtong Yin. My master, there is more to come in this chapter, please click on the next page to continue reading, the next part will be more exciting. This energy instantly flowed through his limbs, and Su Chen felt in surprise that his cultivation seemed to have reached the pinnacle of a master warrior. However, when Su Chen continued to try to inject the power of qi and blood into the Kongtong seal, the Kongtong seal seemed to have really turned into an ordinary stone, without any response. It seems that this Kongtong Yin's feedback to oneself will only appear when the power of qi and blood is injected for the first time. Su Chen thought with some regret. The current Su Chen has surpassed Yu Wenzhuo, the old master martial artist, in terms of cultivation base. However, if Su Chen had a fight with Yu Wenzhuo, in fact, he might not be able to beat it. After all, Su Chen Kong has a whole body of cultivation, but he hasn't practiced any martial arts, which makes his combat power completely different from Yu Wenzhuo's. It's almost time. Next, it's up to Jingxi. Su Chen looked up at the setting sun that was about to set, and then walked straight into the house. The next day, inside the barracks of the Imperial City Defense Army. My lord, the 6th prince seeks an audience. A messenger came to Yu Wenzhuo's side and reported to him. Yu Wenzhuo was stunned for a moment, and then immediately said, please come in. Yu Wenzhuo knew that the 6th prince Su Xian was Su Chen's younger brother, so Yu Wenzhuo asked him to join the army without hesitation. Soon, the 6th prince Su Xian came to Yu Wenzhuo. My lord, this is what the emperor asked me to give to you. Su Xian respectfully handed over the recommendation letter from Su Chen to Yu Wenzhuo. After reading the recommendation letter, Yu Wenzhuo said to Su Zi, since the 3rd prince requested, then I will accept you as my personal disciple. Hearing this, Su Xian immediately paid homage to Yu Wenzuo as a teacher. Yu Wenzuo's look at Su Xian became softer after the apprenticeship ceremony. Su Xian, you can follow me for the next period of time. Yu Wenzuo said to Su Xian. Since the other party's identity is already his disciple, he no longer calls him the sixth prince, but directly calls him the sixth prince. Its name? Yes. Su Xian nodded respectfully and said. At the same time, in the palace. Yunqing Palace. Aunt Yun, I'll go to the imperial dining room to find something to eat, and I'll be back in a while. Su Jingxi smiled at Yunju, and then ran out of the hall. When Su Jingxi left Yunqing Hall, Yunju clearly saw the capsule between Su Jingxi's 2 fingers from the corner of his eye. Is this Chen'er's arrangement? Well, let them give it a go. Blame me for being useless as a mother. I can't help anything except provide them with some information. Yunju looked at Su Jingxi's back thoughtfully, thinking so in her heart. Not long after, Su Jingxi arrived in the imperial dining room smoothly. It was almost time for meals, so the imperial dining room was already filled with a lot of meals. Apart from those meals for the eldest prince Su Xinling, there were also meals for Su Jingxi and the others, as well as the eunuchs and maids in the palace. Su Jingxi cautiously came to a purple pottery bowl containing clear soup, tore open a small opening in the capsule in his hand, and planned to pour the highly toxic substance into it. His Royal Highness, what are you doing? But at this moment, a maid's voice came from the door of the imperial dining room, which really shocked Su Jingxi. Su Jingxi stuffed the capsule into his pocket in a panic, and then looked towards the door. I'm a little hungry, I want to find something to eat. Although Su Jingxi was a little flustered, her facial expression was very peaceful, as if nothing had happened. The maid said, Your Highness, your lunch will be delivered to King Yun Palace later, you don't have to come here in person. But Su Jingxi said fiercely, Oh, I see, Yuaner, go down, I will go back later. Yuaner is the name of a court lady. Su Jingxi has lived in the palace for more than 10 years, and she is quite clear about the names of some eunuchs and court ladies in the palace. Yes. Yuaner didn't dare to contradict Su Jingxi, so she had to retreat first. Seeing Yuaner leave, Su Jingxi let out a sigh of relief. Fortunately, the person who came was not from Su Xinling, otherwise she would be in trouble. The author has something to say. Ask for a recommendation ticket. Chapter 5 Controlling Public Opinion. Su Jingxi poured all the poison in the capsule into a purple pottery bowl, and mixed it with the broth. This poison is a colorless liquid, although it has a faint smell of bitter almonds, but it is covered by the smell of clear soup, and no one else can detect it. After doing all this, Su Jingxi left directly. The purple pottery bowl was the exclusive tableware of Ling Huyu, Su Xinling's personal bodyguard. Su Jingxi knew that it would take less than half an hour for her to learn the news of Ling Huyu's death from poisoning. Before that, I have to find a way to send Yuaner out of the palace. Otherwise, as the only court lady who entered the imperial dining room before mealtime, she will definitely die. And if she confesses me, things will be even worse trouble. Su Jingxi thought so, and she returned to Yunqing Palace. As soon as she returned to Yunqing Palace, she threw herself into Yunju's arms. Aunt Yun, I'm back. Su Jingxi said with a grin. Yunju pulled her to his side, and said softly, What you did just now? Did your brother Su Chen ask you to help? Su Jingxi was startled when she heard the words, but she didn't hide it from Yunju, but nodded her head and said, Yeah. By the way, Aunt Yun, can you do me a favor? As she said that, Su Jingxi told Yunju that she wanted to send the court lady named Yuaner out of the palace. Yunju agreed without hesitation, No problem, I still have the ability to make decisions about such trivial matters. Palace. After Su Chen finished his lunch, Uncle Fu came in from the door. Third Prince, there's news from the palace, it's from the 7th Prince. Uncle Fu respectfully said to Su Chen. Su Chen's eyes lit up, Could it be that Su Jingxi's action was successful? Hurry up! Su Chen said impatiently. Uncle Fu handed Su Chen a piece of craft paper full of beautiful small characters, and the small characters on the paper were exactly written by Su Jingxi. Su Chen took the craft paper and read it carefully. Soon, joy appeared on Su Chen's face. Ling Huyu was poisoned and died. Su Xinling panicked and mobilized the entire palace guard to take care of his own safety. I heard that nearly half of Su Xinling's eyeliners who were dispatched outside have also been called back to the palace. However, the imperial dining room has been strictly controlled by Su Xinling's people, and I may not be able to carry out the next poisoning. Your best sister, Su Jingxi, send a letter. There are only 3 sentences on the craft paper, but these 3 sentences already contain all the information Su Chen wants. Although Su Jingxi could not continue to poison Su Xinling's other bodyguards, her goal had been achieved. Nearly half of the eyeliners were withdrawn, and the remaining eyeliners were estimated to be ordinary people mixed in with the public. In this way, Su Chen's next plan can be carried out more smoothly. Su Chen said, if I want to usurp the throne, then I must have the support of the imperial city's military power and public opinion, both of which are indispensable. And the imperial city defense force has come under my command. The next thing we need to do is to control the public opinion of the people in the imperial city in less than 6 days. The one who wins the hearts of the people wins the world. This truth has never been tired of. Before we can win the hearts of the people, we must first completely discredit Su Xinling. The assassination of the second prince and the fourth prince is the best breakthrough. Su Chen looked at Uncle Fu and said so. Uncle Fu, how many people are available in our palace? Su Chen asked. Uncle Fu replied truthfully, there are more than 20 servants in the palace. Su Chen nodded and said, enough. Uncle Fu, call those 20-odd servants over, and give them 1,000 gold coins, and let them go to the imperial city to bribe some common people. We need these common people to spread public opinion for us. Su Chen ordered. Yes. Forber executed without hesitation. Soon, more than 20 servants took the gold coins that Uncle Fu had brought from the inner treasury, quickly left the palace, and ran towards all directions of the imperial city. According to Su Chen's arrangement, this 1,000 gold coins can buy at least thousands of people. With these common people responsible for spreading public opinion, at most 3 days, the news about the assassination of the second prince and the fourth prince by the dead men sent by Su Xinling will spread throughout the entire imperial city. Although this did not directly help Su Chen's usurpation of the throne, the direction of public opinion can prevent Su Chen from being opposed by the people after he succeeds. It's like the famous Suanmu Gate incident in Su Chen's previous life history. People only know that Tang Taizong killed his brother to seize the throne, but they don't know that Tang Taizong had to do so for self-protection. The orientation of public opinion can be said to be crucial to a certain extent. In this way, 3 days passed. The imperial palace, the imperial study room. Eldest prince, I don't know who leaked those rumors about you, but now they have spread throughout the entire imperial city. A man in black robe knelt on one knee in front of Su Xinling and said so. The face of the man in black robe was currently hidden under his black hood. Su Xinling looked at the man in black robe, his eyes were full of annoyance at the moment. Who else? It's not my good brother Su Chen. Su Xinling sneered and said. The man in black robe asked, Eldest prince, why don't you take action and kill the third prince? The third prince escaped a catastrophe back then, it may have some influence on your plan. Su Xinling shook his head, a bit of fear appeared in his eyes. No. You know, even a masked man at the peak of a Huajin warrior can't survive under Su Chen's hands, let alone the black-robed man in front of him who is a late Huajin warrior. From Su Xinling's point of view, Su Chen's whole cards are so deep that he dare not continue to send people to follow him. His only way is to completely kill the other party on the day of the enthronement ceremony. At that time, dozens of warriors from the imperial palace will gather together. Even if the third prince Su Chen has the power to reach the sky, he can only drink hatred under his sword. Su Xinling thought so, and he sneered again. Don't pay attention to Su Chen, but those slaves who spread rumors will be handled by you. Su Xinling said. Yes. The man in black robe nodded, and then left the imperial study room. Su Xinling watched the black-robed man leave, and said to himself, I hope that the enthronement ceremony in 3 days' time will go well. Palace. Uncle Fu walked in slowly from outside the courtyard. At this moment, Su Chen was resting on the recliner in the courtyard. Third Prince, the news you want has already spread throughout the streets and alleys of the imperial city. The people in the imperial city are talking about the eldest prince. Uncle Fu respectfully said. Su Chen opened his eyes and sat up. He was like a ferocious tiger waking up, and the ferocity immediately emanated from his body. Su Chen said, Okay, let those servants come back. Hey? Wouldn't it be good to let them continue to spread the news in the imperial city? 4B asked with some doubts. Su Chen shook his head. Our goal has been achieved, let's accept it as soon as we see it. Besides, I'm worried that Su Xinling's people will be unfavorable to them. Su Chen explained to Uncle Fu. Uncle Fu suddenly realized and nodded. He no longer hesitated, and followed Su Chen's instructions. The author has something to say. Ask for a recommendation ticket. Chapter 6 Enthronement Ceremony. After watching Uncle Fu leave, Su Chen lay down comfortably again, and at the same time called out, Yuaner. As Su Chen finished speaking, a young girl hurriedly walked out from the backyard. This girl was the maid Yuaner who was sent out of the palace by Su Jingxi. After Yuaner left the palace, she was sent to the palace as a maid. Although Yuaner's treatment after coming to the palace is not as good as before, at least her life is not in danger. Therefore, Yuaner is very grateful to Su Chen who is willing to take her in. The servant is here. Yuaner walked over with her head lowered. Su Chen smiled and said, You don't have to be so cautious, I'm not the same as that Su Xinling. After speaking, Su Chen leaned on the recliner, squinted his eyes and looked at the sky, and at the same time raised his hand to signal Yuaner to approach him. Yuaner understood, she came to Su Chen and massaged the center of his brows for him. Alas, this corrupt life, I really have fallen. While Su Chen sighed, he enjoyed Yuaner's soft little hand gently pressing on his head. 2 hours later, Fu Bo came back, but his complexion was a little gloomy. Third Prince, you guessed it right. The first prince really took action against our servants. 4B said solemnly. Su Chen raised his eyebrows subconsciously, and asked, How many people came back? 18 people came back, but accidents happened to the rest of them. I have already sent someone to bring back their bodies. Fu Bo said. Su Chen sighed, and said, Those sacrificed servants who have family members will send their bodies back, and will be given a compensation of 100 gold coins for a generous burial. Those who have no family members will be buried generously by the palace. Yes. Faber nodded. Su Chen's approach can be said to be very benevolent. You know, the lives of servants of the martial god empire are like nothing in the eyes of the nobles, and they are basically thrown directly into mass graves when they die. And there are very few people like Su Chen who choose to bury the dead generously and comfort their families. Now, the city defense army, the most powerful armed force in the imperial city, is in his own hands, and the direction of public opinion in the imperial city has also changed. Next, there will be the enthronement ceremony 3 days later. Make it or break it. Su Chen was thinking, and he was playing with the Kong Tong seal that he had taken out from the system backpack in his hand. The Kong Tong seal had radiated the light blue fluorescence after he had been warming up with the power of qi and blood in the past few days. In the next 3 days, the eldest Prince Su Xinling ordered the officials of the martial god empire to prepare for the enthronement ceremony, intending to hold the enthronement ceremony the most magnificent and grand. However, the public opinion in the imperial city also fermented rapidly during these 3 days. Although Su Chen's people had already withdrawn, Su Xinling's image had been completely demonized by the masses in those 3 days. This incident made Su Xinling so angry that he wanted to go crazy. However, Su Xinling did not resolve the matter immediately, but continued to prepare for his enthronement ceremony. In his opinion, as long as he succeeds in ascending to the throne, all the changes in the imperial city will be under his control. Third Prince, the enthronement ceremony will start in 2 hours. Shall we start now? Uncle Fu stood respectfully in front of Su Chen and asked. Su Chen said, Yuaner and I will go to the enthronement ceremony together. Fu Bo, you go to the Imperial City Defense Army barracks and inform Xian and Yu Wenzuo to prepare. Yes. Faber agreed. Su Chen looked at Yuaner, the maid who had boarded the carriage behind him, and then waved his hand. Let's go. City Defense Army Barracks. Su Xian stood beside the commander Yu Wenzuo, 1 step behind him. Teacher, the enthronement ceremony is about to begin. Su Xian reminded. Yu Wenzuo nodded, and said, Well, I'm here waiting for news from the third prince, you go first. Yes. Su Xian was about to leave. Etc. However, Yu Wenzuo suddenly stopped Su Xian. Teacher, what's the matter? Su Xian asked with some doubts. Yu Wenzuo looked at him softly, with a kind tone. Xian, I have noticed all your hard work these past few days. From today on, you are my only personal disciple. As Yu Wenzuo said, a silver-white spear engraved with cyan patterns appeared in his hand. The long spear shone with a sharp edge, and its tip looked majestic like a dragon going out to sea. This long spear is called the Floodwing Long Spear, and it is a weapon passed on to me by my master. Now, it is time for me to hand it over to you. With it, your combat power will definitely be enhanced like a tiger with wings. Hearing this, Su Xian was overjoyed, and he took over the Jieyi spear. Xian thanked the teacher. Imperial City, Beihuman. The Imperial City has 4 gates in the east, west, south and north, named Qinglong Gate, Beihu Gate, Suzaku Gate and Suanwu Gate respectively, implying that the 4 holy beasts guard the capital. Under Su Xinling's arrangement, the place where the enthronement ceremony was held was outside the White Tiger Gate. With the passage of time, the civil and military officials of the Valkyrie Empire and the servants of the palace have basically arrived. Besides Su Xian, all the princes of the martial god empire were also present. As for the 2 princesses, only Su Jingxi was present. Brother Huang. At this moment, Su Xian's voice came from behind. Su Chen heard the reputation and looked over, only to see Su Xian wearing a python robe and carrying the dragon wing spear on his back. Xian, are you a martial artist who has broken through the dark energy? Su Chen sensed Su Xian's breath and asked with interest. Su Xian's original cultivation was at the late stage of Ming Jin warrior, but after studying with Yu Wenzuo in the City Defense Army barracks for less than 7 days, he actually broke through to Dark Jin warrior. Su Xian nodded with a smile and said, Yes, Brother Huang. Under the guidance of the teacher, the martial arts I have learned have made breakthroughs again, and my cultivation will naturally increase. Su Chen nodded, lowered his voice, and said, I have already ordered Uncle Fu to notify Yu Wenzuo, and the next step is the good show. Hearing this, Su Xian's eyes showed a bit of excitement. Obviously, now he has complete trust in Su Chen. Su Xian had no doubts whether Su Chen could succeed. After all, the only master fighters in the Imperial City are Su Chen and Yu Wenzuo. With the loyalty of the Imperial City Defense Force, it is not easy to take down a mere Su Xinling. At this moment, Su Jingxi also came over, and she sat down on the right side of the 2. Brother Huang, Xiaoju hasn't come yet. Su Jingxi whispered to the 2 of them. The little 9 mentioned by Su Jingxi is named Su Xiaoju, and she is the 9 emperors of the martial god empire. Su Chen pondered, I remember that Xiaoju and the 8th prince are compatriots from the same mother. Now we princes are all in the eyes of Su Xinling. Naturally, Xiaoju will not watch the 8th prince die. Could it be that she wants to do the same thing as us? Su Jingxi said incredulously. Su Chen shook his head and said, "It's not sure, let's wait and see what happens." Sudden. The eldest prince is here. A high-pitched voice came from the White Tiger Gate, and 30 palace attendants who had turned their strength into strength came out of the White Tiger Gate and came towards the crowd. And under the stars of the 30 palace servants, the eldest prince Su Xinling was strolling over, waving a paper fan. Su Xinling's eyes were full of sharpness, and the corners of his mouth were slightly raised, revealing a wicked smile. The master of this enthronement ceremony is here. The author has something to say. Ask for a recommendation ticket. Chapter 7. After the eldest prince Su Xinling came to Beihuman, the enthronement ceremony officially began. According to the process, Su Xinling performed rituals such as worshipping the sky and sealing the officials, and finally, he came to the high platform that had been built outside the White Tiger Gate. At this time, a middle-aged man was standing on the high platform, waiting for Su Xinling's arrival. The middle-aged man's name is Ji Lufeng, and he is the Prime Minister of the Martial God Empire. He has extremely high authority in the empire and is an official close to Su Xinling's lineage. Su Xinling walked up to the high platform and smiled slightly at Ji Lufeng. Ji Lufeng took out a yellow imperial edict from his bosom, which was left by the late emperor, Su Chen's father. "I have been in charge of the empire for decades, expanding the territory, ruling all directions, dominating the southeast of the mainland, and the prince's worship. Now is the time when the empire is rising like the sun. I was supposed to witness the rise of the empire. However, something unexpected happened, and I had to leave first. My eldest son, Su Xinling, is extremely intelligent and capable. My special biography is located in the eldest son, Su Xinling, who is the 13th emperor of our martial god empire." Ji Lufeng read the contents of the imperial decree aloud. "I will accept the order, and invite the first prince to be crowned." Under the high platform, all the officials shouted loudly. However, directly below the high platform, Su Chen and the others watched what happened on the high platform expressionlessly, as if the things in front of them had nothing to do with them. Hearing the voices of the officials, the smile on Su Xinling's face became more and more overflowing. At this moment, following Ji Lufeng's words, 3 servants of the imperial palace who had turned their strength into cultivation each carried trays and trotted up to the high platform. The contents on the 3 trays are the imperial clothes, the imperial crown, and the jade seal of the Valkyrie Empire. Ji Lufeng took the imperial clothes and imperial crown from the tray, and put them on Su Xinling himself. Ji Lufeng was very excited that the master he had followed for a long time became the new emperor of the empire. "From today onwards, I will be the emperor of the martial god empire." After Su Xinling put on the imperial clothes and imperial crown, he picked up the jade seal from the last tray, lifted it high, and shouted loudly. "First of all, I have to announce something to you all." Su Xinling put down the Chuangguo Yuxi and looked at the officials. Although his eyes were looking directly at the officials, but the corner of his eyes was Su Chen, who was always under the high platform. 7 days ago, the 2nd and 4th princes of the martial god empire were assassinated by gangsters and unfortunately died. After my investigation, the murderer may have been sent by the 3rd prince Su Chen and the 6th prince Su Xian. I am deeply sorry to hear the news." Su Xinling sneered, looking at Su Chen in the audience. Su Xinling has already been crowned emperor, and if he wants to be poor, it is natural to see him with a dagger. Hearing this, all the officials were silent, and they looked at Su Chen and Su Xian in the audience in disbelief. "You know, the rumor in the imperial city is that Su Xinling sent someone to assassinate the prince. Could it be that the rumor is wrong? Come here, take down the 3rd and 6th princes for me." Su Xinling let out a loud shout. As Su Xinling's words fell, except for the 10 internal servants who were in charge of protecting Su Xinling's Huajin warriors. The other 20 internal servants all rushed forward. These 20 palace servants with the cultivation level of transforming strength warriors were all armed with long spears and rushed towards Su Chen and Su Xian. "Your Royal Highness, please catch me without a fight. Don't make it difficult for me to wait," a palace servant said with a grin. Su Chen sneered and said, "What a way to turn black and white, Su Xinling, you sent dead soldiers to assassinate the 2 princes, but you want to put the blame on us. You don't know the rumors in the imperial city, do you?" Su Chen sneered, and a palm-sized dagger appeared in his palm. Although the length of this dagger is not even 1/10 that of the servant's spear, but for Su Chen, this dagger is enough. Seeing Su Chen's actions, Su Xian also took off the dragon-winged spear on his back and placed it horizontally in front of him. "Bold Su Chen, are you trying to rebel?" Ji Lufeng shouted loudly and glared at Su Chen. Su Chen didn't say a word. The energy and blood of his master martial artist burst out in an instant. The powerful force of qi and blood came out of the body, took Su Chen's body into the air, and appeared in the air at the same height as the high platform. Hum! There was a slight shaking sound, and the Kong Tong seal shining with light blue light suddenly appeared in Su Chen's hand. This is the seal of Kong Tong, the sacred weapon of the human race. It can suppress the luck of the empire and abolish the emperor of a country. Su Chen lifted the Kong Tong seal and said in a cold voice. Hearing this, Su Xinling looked at Kong Tong Yin with greedy eyes. After ascending the throne and proclaiming himself emperor, the power of luck that belongs to the emperor of a country appeared in Su Xinling's body. Through this power of luck, he could feel the powerful aura contained in the seal of Kong Tong. "Come on, quickly take down this traitor and present the Kong Tong seal to me," Su Xinling said eagerly to the palace servants. However, Su Xinling's desire had already blinded his reason, and he ignored the incredible thing that Su Chen could rise into the air. After Su Chen lifted off, the 20 palace servants knew that the other party had the cultivation level of a master warrior. However, the king's order cannot be violated. The 20 palace attendants gritted their teeth, and rushed towards Su Chen's direction. The cultivation base of Huajin warriors was released, and these palace servants handed out the spears in their hands, and stabbed Su Chen in the sky. Su Chen just let out a cold snort. He just waved his right hand, and a wave of air surged out, knocking those palace servants into the air. "In the name of the Lord of Kong Tong Seal, I abolish Su Xinling's throne." Su Chen clenched the Kong Tong Seal tightly, and the power of the monstrous sky and blood was injected into the Kong Tong Seal by him in an instant. Hum! Kong Tong Yin suddenly let out a loud explosion, and the light blue light burst out instantly, covering the entire Bei human. Immediately afterwards, dark clouds gathered in the sky, and thunder appeared. This natural phenomenon stunned all the officials under the high platform. "Damn it, the power of luck, my power of luck!" At this moment, Su Xinling was horrified to find that the power of imperial luck that had already entered his body began to slowly drain with Su Chen's loud shout. Feeling this, Su Xinling's eyes turned red. His throne has really been abolished. Humanity does not approve. Even if he kills Su Chen, he will never get the luck power of the martial god empire again. "Su Chen, I want you to die. Where's the imperial guard? Kill him!" Su Xinling roared recklessly. The 2,000 imperial palace guards stationed around the White Tiger Gate in order to maintain the smooth progress of the enthronement ceremony, moved. Seeing this, Su Chen laughed. "Where is the Imperial City Defense Force?" Su Chen raised the Kong Tong seal in his hand, and the light blue light attracted everyone's attention. The defense forces of the Imperial City have assembled, waiting for the order of the third prince at any time. At this moment, a loud shout came from the Imperial City. Yu Wenzuo's figure unexpectedly appeared in the air like Su Chen, and quickly came towards the direction of Bei Human. Below Yu Wenzuo, it was the 3,000 Imperial City Defense Forces. When the Imperial City Defense Army soldier came to Bei Human, He handed out the spear in his hand without hesitation, and stabbed at the former comrade. The imperial palace guards stationed at the White Tiger Gate were defeated in an instant, and the 3,000 imperial city guards also completely broke out of the White Tiger Gate, fighting with the 2,000 imperial guards outside the White Tiger Gate. "You Wenzhuo, how dare you betray me?" Seeing this scene, Su Xinling was suddenly out of breath. He coughed suddenly, and even coughed up blood all over the place. The author has something to say. Thanks to book friend Tidove for the reward of 1,666 book coins, and thanks to book friend Meng Konghen for the reward of 100 book coins. Thank you, little white tiger, big brother. Chapter 8. Yu Wenzhuo sneered, "If you are the emperor, then the martial god empire will be destroyed forever. I just chose the right object of allegiance." Yu Wenzhuo said, but the movements in his hands did not slow down at all. A pitch-black long spear was constantly turning in his hand, and the tip of the spear was constantly jumping up and down like clouds and flowing water. Every time he swung it, a palace servant who was cultivated as a martial artist was killed. On the other side, Su Xian knew that his cultivation level could not participate in the battle of Su Chen and others, so he held the dragon-winged spear tightly, entered the camp of the Imperial City Defense Army, and joined them to fight against the Imperial Palace Imperial Army under Su Xinling's command. From Su Xian's point of view, there are no innocent people in these Imperial Guards. After all, these Imperial Guards swore allegiance to Su Xinling when the old emperor died a month ago. As soon as the spear moved, the dragon would chant. In his hands, Su Xian's dragon-winged spear was like a dragon that went out to sea, showing the momentum of swallowing a dragon, and killing the forbidden army in front of the palace. As the tip of the gun wandered, blood flowers bloomed. In just a few breaths, nearly 10 palace guards died under his gun. Although he only practiced for less than 7 days, under Yu Wenzhuo's teaching, Su Xian's marksmanship was no less than that of any ordinary soldier in the Imperial Palace Guards. The dragon-winged spear kept dancing, and Su Xian's 10-meter radius almost became a restricted area for life. Those Imperial Guards kept retreating from Su Xian, unwilling to confront Su Xian head-on. Under the continuous charge of the Imperial City Defense Forces, the number of Imperial Palace Guards guarding the high platform where Su Xinling was located has dropped by nearly half. Facing such a desperate situation, Su Xinling could only roar helplessly. At this time, the entire White Tiger Gate fell into a turmoil. Fortunately, no matter whether it was the Imperial City Defense Army or the Imperial Palace Imperial Army, no one extended the butcher's knife to the unarmed officials. On the contrary, the Imperial City Defense Army sent troops to protect them after they approached the officials. Otherwise, if the officials die, it will be a disaster for the Valkyrie Empire. At that time, this battle will be meaningless, and both Su Xinling and Su Chen will become losers. At this moment, a petite figure appeared under the high platform. She was wearing a black cloak, and she was agile, but within a few breaths, she appeared on the high platform. Since everyone's attention was already attracted by Su Chen, neither Su Xinling nor the 10 palace servants noticed the girl's appearance. "Su Xinling, die for me!" The girl appeared less than 10 meters behind Su Xinling, and a delicate steel dagger was suddenly pulled out from her leg. With a low snort, she suddenly stabbed the dagger at the back of Su Xinling's heart. The late-stage cultivation of the Anjin warrior was released, carrying the ultimate killing intent, flocking towards Su Xinling's direction. "Your Majesty, be careful!" A palace attendant discovered the girl's existence, he exclaimed, and stopped in front of Su Xinling. Although this palace attendant had the cultivation base of a martial artist, but because his movements were too hasty, he couldn't block the girl's full blow. The steel dagger pierced the palace servant's heart, killing him. However, this palace servant also successfully bought time for Su Xinling and other palace servants. 2 servants of the palace immediately stepped out and stood in front of Su Xinling. One of them waved the sharp sword in his hand expressionlessly, and immediately flew the dagger in the girl's hand. The other person picked out a sword and lifted off the girl's cloak. It turned out to be you, Su Xiaju. Seeing the girl's exquisite face, Su Xinling gritted his teeth and said, "Yes, the girl who assassinated Su Xinling alone was Su Xiaju, the 9th Empress of the Martial God Empire who was absent from the enthronement ceremony." At the same time, the 8th Prince Su Yi stood up in shock almost at the same time. "Humph, Su Xinling, everyone knows that you want to kill all the princes. I won't let you succeed." Su Xiaju sneered. She retreated suddenly, and planned to retreat backward. However, her cultivation was far inferior to that of the palace servant beside Su Xinling. A palace servant suddenly jumped up, and the cultivation of the energy-transforming martial artist was deployed, and Su Xiaju was captured immediately. "Su Xiaju, are you worthy of assassinating me?" Su Xinling grinned grimly, and he raised the Tianzi sword in his hand. Although the Son of Heaven sword is only a token symbolizing the identity of the emperor, and it is not used to kill people, the edge of the Son of Heaven sword is also extremely sharp, cutting iron like mud. Under the high platform, seeing that his own mother's sister was about to be killed by Su Xinling, the 8th prince pushed away the imperial city guards who were protecting the officials, and ran towards the high platform. "Su Xinling, stop!" the 8th Prince Su Yi shouted loudly, and he drew a saber from his waist. However, Su Yi's own cultivation is not as good as Su Xiaju's, so how could he be able to defeat Su Xinling? A servant of the palace made a quick move and subdued the 8th Prince Su Yi to the ground. At this time, Yu Wenzuo, who was not far away, had already killed all the 20 palace servants who were besieging him. Seeing the scene here, he quickly walked towards the high platform. When Yu Wenzuo arrived, Su Chen had already started. Su Chen's cultivation of a master martial artist was displayed, his figure changed in the air like a ghost, and he appeared on the high platform in an instant. Su Chen first swept across with his right leg, knocking into the air several palace attendants who were approaching him, and swept them off the high platform. Immediately afterwards, Su Chen pointed his right hand together to form a sword, and pointed at the servant in the palace who was capturing Su Xiaju. The power of qi and blood came out of the body immediately, turning into a sharp edge and sinking into the head of the palace attendant. The corner of Su Xiaju's mouth twitched, and she kicked back with her right foot, kicking the palace servant who was killed by Su Chen off the high platform, and then appeared next to the 8th Prince Su Yi. The servant in the palace who controlled Su Yi was shocked by Su Chen's power, and accidentally let Su Xiaju rescue him. At this time, Yu Wenzuo also came to the high platform. Yu Wenzuo kept waving the spear in his hand, and he killed all the palace servants on the high platform with 3 strikes. Su Chen took a step forward, and in Su Xinling's frightened gaze, he pierced his forehead with 1 finger. Su Chen picked up Su Xinling's body, and shouted loudly, "Su Xinling has given the head, and belongs to the Imperial Palace Imperial Army. Those who surrender will not be killed." Below, the number of the 2,000 Imperial Palace Guards was reduced to less than 300 under the charge of the Imperial City Defense Forces. After hearing the news of Su Xinling's death, the remaining soldiers of the Forbidden Army also completely collapsed. These Imperial Palace Guards surrendered on the spot, and the soldiers of the Imperial City Defense Army quickly stepped forward to control them all. On the high platform, Prime Minister Ji Lufeng witnessed all this happening. After seeing Su Xinling killed, Ji Lufeng knelt down on the ground as if the sky had collapsed. Su Xinling was killed, which made him fall into the abyss completely. Ji Lufeng looked at Su Chen in despair, waiting for his final fate. However, Su Chen didn't pay attention to him immediately. After the battle below ended, Su Chen raised the Kongtong seal again. Su Xinling is immoral and immoral. He is angry and hates others. He is not worthy to be the emperor of our martial god empire. Now, as the lord of Kongtong Yin and the 3rd prince of the martial god empire, I proclaim my enthronement as emperor. From today onwards, I will be the new emperor of the martial god empire. Su Chen spoke loudly, and as Su Chen spit out the pronunciation of the words, the light blue light that bloomed on the Kongtong seal became more and more bright. The imperial robe and imperial crown originally worn on Su Xinling's body seemed to be sensed, and they floated out of thin air, and they were put on Su Chen's body by themselves. And the jade seal of the martial god empire also soared into the sky, and under the action of an unknown force, it flew to Su Chen's palm. The author has something to say. The signing status of this book has been changed, everyone can give rewards and vote monthly. Looking for rewards, monthly tickets, recommended tickets. Chapter 9 Warriors are just the starting point of martial arts. Accompanied by Su Chen's impassioned words, all the dark clouds above the dome of the day dispersed, followed by the immense golden glow. In the dimness, the officials outside the White Tiger Gate could even hear the dragon's chant, and the emperor's crown, emperor's clothes, and emperor's sword on Su Chen's body reflected golden lights under the golden light above the sky. All the ministers looked at this picturesque scene with incredulous expressions in their eyes. This is a natural phenomenon. Even the heavens think that Su Chen is the new emperor. Su Xinling is dead, the dust has settled, and Su Chen has been recognized by the natural vision. As a result, the officials stopped being entangled, and they all went to worship in Su Chen's direction. Minister, please see your majesty. Su Chen nodded to the officials, then he turned around and looked at Ji Lufeng, who was in a daze. Su Chen said indifferently, Prime Minister Ji Lufeng is uncoordinated and using his power for personal gain. He should not be a courtier of my martial god empire. Someone, put Ji Lufeng in the prison. Hearing this, Ji Lufeng's face turned pale. He could already foresee his future fate. Yes. Several officers and soldiers of the Imperial City Defense Army came out to the high platform quickly and escorted Ji Lufeng down. Ding! It is detected that the host has started the plot ascension to the throne and proclaiming the emperor, which meets the check-in requirements. Is the host signed in? The voice of the system suddenly sounded in Su Chen's mind. Su Chen couldn't help being overjoyed, and he quickly responded with his thoughts, sign in. Ding! Sign in successfully, congratulations to the host for obtaining, Kung Fu Kowloon Emperor's art. With the sound of the system, one after another mysterious information was engraved in the depths of Su Chen's mind and became a part of Su Chen's memory. After receiving the information about this cultivation method, Su Chen's eyes showed satisfaction, and he waved his hand. Everyone, follow me into the palace. After Su Chen killed Su Xinling and usurped the throne and proclaimed himself emperor, he entered the palace with the support of the Imperial City Defense Army. Under Yu Wenzuo's arrangement, out of the 3,000 Imperial City Defense Forces, 1,000 soldiers were reorganized into the new Imperial Palace Imperial Army to protect the safety of the Imperial Palace. In addition, both the Imperial Palace Imperial Army and the Imperial City Defense Army began to recruit troops from abroad to expand the number of troops. After all, after the Battle of Beihuman, the original Imperial Palace Guards were almost killed and injured, and the Imperial City Defense Army also suffered losses. These lost soldiers naturally needed to be filled by recruiting new forces. The Imperial Palace, the Imperial Study Room. Brother Huang, the people of the City Defense Army have thoroughly cleaned up the Imperial City. All the eunuchs, nobles, and officials of Su Xinling's lineage have been imprisoned in the Sky Prison, waiting for your order. In the Imperial Study Room, Su Chen, Su Xian, and Su Jingxi sat facing each other. Although Su Chen is already the lord of a country, it stands to reason that Su Xian should call him His Majesty, but because of the close relationship between them, Su Xian still refers to him as the emperor's brother in private. Su Chen nodded and said, convey my order, all the eunuchs of Su Xinling's line will be executed, and the nobles in the imperial city will be demoted to common people. As for those officials, let them retire and return to their hometowns. By the way, then Prime Minister Ji Lufeng, don't touch him first, I will issue an order to deal with them in the court tomorrow. Now that Su Chen has just taken over the position, some things are not suitable for big fights. Otherwise, this huge imperial city may be full of people. Okay, then Jingxi and I will leave the palace first. Su Zian got up and said. As Yu Wenzuo's disciple, Su Zian has already participated in the management of the city defense army, and now he has many important tasks on his body every day. Su Chen said, Go. I have decreed that the 5 vacant palaces in the palace complex of the imperial city will be given to 5 of you brothers and sisters respectively. You can come to the palace to find me at any time in the future. Good. Both Su Zian and Su Jingxi agreed, and then left. After the two left, only Su Chen was left in the imperial study. Su Chen sat cross-legged and began to check the exercises that appeared in his mind. This 9 Dragons Emperor's art is a kind of exercise that only the lord of a country can practice. This exercise allows Su Chen to absorb the luck of the country and turn it into his own supreme cultivation. Of course, this so-called absorption of luck is only to allow Su Chen to mobilize the luck of the martial god empire for his own use, rather than damage the luck of the empire. In addition to Su Chen's self-cultivation, Su Chen's cultivation base can also become stronger with the improvement of the national power of the martial god empire. The so-called 9 dragons in the 9 dragons Emperor Ju means that after Su Chen cultivated the technique to the extreme, he was able to release 9 golden dragons of luck for his own use. Seeing this, Su Chen couldn't help feeling a surge of emotion. According to the information in his mind, Su Chen started to operate the 9 Dragon Emperor's art. The moment the exercises started to work, with the Imperial Palace as the center, countless golden special energies turned into strange vortexes, quickly gathered towards Su Chen's body, and finally sank into Su Chen's body. This golden energy is naturally the power of luck of the martial god empire, and this golden energy immediately turned into a powerful skill, and it merged with Su Chen. Su Chen could feel that the realm of his master martial artist began to loosen, and the golden energy in his body kept hitting the bottleneck of this realm. Click! Click! There was a sound like a broken shackle, and the bottleneck of the master martial artist was instantly broken under the impact of the force of luck. What was beyond the bottleneck was naturally the endless sea and sky. Su Chen's aura became more powerful and majestic, and his white jade-like skin was covered with a faint golden light. Is this the realm of a martial artist? It turns out that a master martial artist is not the end of martial arts, but the starting point of martial arts. Feeling his powerful power, Su Chen couldn't help thinking. He originally thought that the master realm was the highest realm, but he didn't think that this master warrior was just the pinnacle of the first great realm in the great realm of martial arts. Even his current cultivation as a martial artist is only the second level of martial arts. In the records of the 9 Dragons Emperor Ju, the realm of a martial artist is divided into rank 1 to rank 9, and his current cultivation level is a rank 2 martial artist. Su Chen turned his palm upwards, and as he controlled the power of luck in his body to release it to his palm, ethereal dragon chants continued to emerge. After breaking through to the realm of a martial artist, Su Chen can already release 2 golden dragons of luck. 2 golden dragons of luck appeared in the imperial study room. They hovered in the void, showing the unparalleled power. Is this the power of the luck golden dragon? That's really exciting. Su Chen sighed. If he wanted to obtain a higher level of cultivation and stronger power, all Su Chen could do was to enhance the national power of the martial god empire and increase the luck of the country. And stabilizing the whole country, expanding the territory, is the best and fastest way to enhance the strength of the martial god empire. The author has something to say. Looking for rewards, monthly tickets, recommendation tickets. Chapter 10 The Emperor's Rebellion. Su Chen restrained his breath and stood up. From a distance, he looks like an ordinary person, nothing special about him. However, Su Chen's deep eyes always revealed a mysterious atmosphere. Your Majesty, the 8th Prince and the 9th Princess are here to see you. At this time, Yuaner's voice came from outside the imperial study. After Su Chen entered the imperial palace, he brought Uncle Fu, Yuaner and other people from the palace to the palace, and Yuaner was arranged by him near the imperial study room to be responsible for the daily cleaning of the imperial study room. Let them in. Su Chen said lightly. After a few breaths, the door of the imperial study room was pushed open, and the 8th Prince Su Yi and 9th Prince Su Ziaju, who were rescued by Su Chen in the Battle of Bei Human, entered it. Su Yi, I've seen Brother Huang. Su Ziaju, I have seen Brother Huang. The two saluted Su Chen. Did you come to see me for something? Su Chen nodded towards the two, and then asked. Thank you, Brother Huang, for what happened that day. We just want to see if there is anything that Brother Huang needs to help with, so we can do our best. The 8th Prince Su Yi took a step forward and said sincerely. When Su Chen heard this, he said with a smile, you guys are interested, since you want to help, why not help me review some memorials? Hearing Su Chen's words, Su Yi and Su Ziaju turned pale with shock. Brother Huang, we have absolutely no intention of presumptuousness. Su Chen said, we are born from the same root, so how can we talk about it? Besides, I have just ascended the throne now, and it is difficult for me to review so many memorials. Therefore, I would like to ask you for help. Su Chen's plan was not aimless. Before he asked the two for help, he had seen the loyalty panel of the two. The system's loyalty panel showed that after the previous battle of Bei Human, the two had no possibility of betraying him. This is also the reason why Su Chen is willing to delegate power to the two of them. Oh well. The two hesitated for a moment, but agreed. Only then did Su Chen nod his head in satisfaction. In this way, he would be able to do a lot less of the usual things, and he would have more time to plan the development of the martial god empire. The next day, Su Chen was wearing imperial clothes and a crown on his head. Surrounded by a group of court ladies and new palace servants, he came to the court hall. His Majesty is here. The high-pitched voice of the palace servant sounded. Looking at the officials who had already taken their positions, Su Chen sat on the highest throne with a warm smile. Su Chen glanced at the people in the hall on one side, and both Yu Wenzuo and Su Zian were among them. In fact, with the identities of Yu Wenzuo and Su Zian, they are not qualified to enter the court. But with the Battle of Bei Human, Yu Wenzuo and Su Zian's reputation in the imperial city can be said to have risen. Coupled with Su Chen's order to summon them, the two of them were able to enter the court. Everyone, I want to announce two things. Su Chen said lightly. Down below, all the ministers seemed to be listening attentively. Obviously, they respect Su Chen, the new emperor of the martial god empire. This respect does not come from the great ability Su Chen has shown, but from the innate vision that Su Chen produced on the day he ascended the throne, and they were impressed by them. You know, people in the martial god empire still believe what Shen Minji said. First, Yu Wenzuo, the leader of the imperial city's city defense army, has made meritorious service in escorting him. He has been named the general of the country. He can set up a military camp outside the imperial city and recruit 100,000 troops on his own. He is only responsible to me. As for the position of the leader of the imperial city defense army, the 6th Prince Su Zian will temporarily act as the deputy until Yu Wenzuo's barracks is established. Su Chen said. Sir, take orders. Yu Wenzuo and Su Zian stepped forward at the same time, bowed their heads and said. Hearing this, the officials were in an uproar. The power Su Chen gave Yu Wenzuo is not insignificant, it is 100,000 soldiers, and they are stationed outside the imperial city. With such a force, even rebellion is easy. If it were any emperor, I am afraid that he would be restless because of this, but Su Chen directly gave such power to Yu Wenzuo. However, in this way, Su Chen also established an image of being rewarded for meritorious service in the eyes of the officials. This is beneficial and harmless to Su Chen's better control of the entire Valkyrie Empire in the future. Second, abolish the post of Prime Minister, kill former Prime Minister Ji Lufeng, and exile his 9 clans for public display. Su Chen said calmly. It was said that several officials in the court hall were pale and their eyes were dull. These people were all somewhat related to Ji Lufeng, and it was because of Ji Lufeng's nepotism that they successfully entered the court. It's a pity that they escaped the catastrophe of cleaning up the officials of Su Xinling's lineage, but they failed to escape the catastrophe of exiling Ji Lufeng's 9 clans. Come here, drag these people out. A palace attendant took a step forward and dragged out several officials who were related to Ji Lufeng from the court hall. After Su Chen announced 2 things, the court meeting officially began. The ministers stepped forward one after another, reporting their achievements or some important matters to Su Chen. Your Majesty, please see the Lord of Zhenyi's city. At this moment, an eunuch came from outside the court hall and reported loudly. Hearing this, Su Chen was stunned. The Lord of Zhenyi's city is not in the city to which he belongs. What is he doing in the imperial city? Let him in. Yes. The eunuch bowed and stepped back. Then, a disheveled man followed behind the eunuch and walked in. Mu Ren, the Lord of Zhenyi's city, see your Majesty. As soon as the man entered the court hall, he bowed deeply to Su Chen. Su Chen looked at the man's dirty appearance, frowned and said, "What do you have to report to me?" Your Majesty, King Zhenyi's rebelled. King Zhenyi's led his private army to rebel after hearing that Su Xinling was killed and your Majesty ascended the throne. Now, the entire town of Zhenyi's has been occupied by King Zhenyi's 100,000 private army, and the minister was able to escape under the escort of several personal guards at the cost of their lives. Mu Ren was very anxious to report, his voice seemed to be trembling. Hearing this, the entire court was in an uproar. The eyes of Yu Wenzuo and others were full of shock and anger. Snapped. At this moment, Su Chen slapped hard on the armrest of the throne, and the armrest made of alloy cracked in an instant. Seeing this, all the ministers fell silent. Okay, this king of Zhenyi's really deserves to be my good uncle. Su Chen said coldly. The Zhenyi's king mentioned by Mu Ren is named Su Tianyan, and he is Su Chen's uncle. Su Tianyan was originally expected to compete with Su Chen's father for the throne, but unfortunately failed, and he was also assigned by Su Chen's father to Zhenyi's city on the southern border of the martial god empire. Obviously, Su Tianyan was unwilling to fail, his ambition made him yearn for the supreme throne all the time. However, Su Chen usurped the throne and proclaimed himself emperor, and the imperial city was in turmoil. For Su Tianyan, this was the best time to rebel. The author has something to say. Looking for rewards, monthly tickets, recommendation tickets. Chapter 11 Martial Arts Academy. Su Chen glanced around coldly, and all the officials kept silent, apparently not daring to offend Su Chen at such a time. His Majesty. At this moment, Mu Ren, the Lord of Zhenyi's city, spoke again. Say. Su Chen said. Mu Ren raised his head and glanced at Su Chen's unhappy face, then spoke cautiously. Your Majesty, I heard that King Tianwu of Linwu city is the brother of King Zhenyi's mother. I venture to guess that King Wu might choose to support King Zhenyi's that day. Mu Ren expressed his guess. Hearing this, the expressions of the officials changed drastically again. As Mu Ren said, Tianwu King Su Tian is the brother of Zhenyi's King Su Tianyan's mother and compatriots, and Su Tianwu is likely to choose to support Su Tianyan's rebellion. And in this way, Linwu city, where Su Tianyu was located, would definitely be occupied by the rebels. The entire martial god empire, including the imperial city, was only 24 cities, and this time, 2 cities were controlled by the rebels. Ding! It is detected that the host has started the plot rebellion plan, which meets the check-in requirements. May I ask if the host has signed in? Just as Su Chen was looking gloomy, the voice of the system sounded in his mind again. Su Chen was overjoyed by this ethereal voice like sending charcoal in the snow, and he hurriedly said, "Sign in." Ding! Sign in successfully, congratulations to the host for obtaining Martial Arts Academy. Martial Arts Academy, transformed by the luck of the martial god empire, it can be located anywhere in the imperial city according to the host's will. The Martial Arts Academy covers an area of 300 meters and can accommodate 300,000 people practicing in it at the same time. The Martial Arts Academy contains 100,000 books of martial arts and martial arts suitable for different warriors, which can be provided to martial artists for free. At the same time, the quantity and quality of the martial arts and martial arts contained in the Martial Arts Academy will increase with the national strength of the Martial God Empire. Only those who are completely loyal to the host can enter the Martial Arts Academy. Successive system messages made Su Chen ecstatic. With the existence of Martial Arts Academy, he can train a large number of warriors in a short period of time. When Su Chen received the system message, Yu Wenzuo stood up and said, "Your Majesty, if King Zhenyi's and King Tianwu rebel at the same time, the combined number of rebels may exceed 200,000. Although our Valkyrie Empire has millions of troops, most of them are deployed on the border of the empire and cannot be easily used. The army we can really mobilize at will is only 150,000 soldiers. If we want to put down this rebellion, it may take some difficulty." Yu Wenzuo analyzed in an orderly manner, and his eyes showed unconcealable worry. Hearing this, Su Chen laughed loudly, and said, "So what's the matter? It's just Su Tianyan and Su Tianyu, why do we need an army of 150,000? Ladies and gentlemen, follow me to the central square of the imperial city." After much deliberation, Su Chen decided to locate the Martial Arts Academy in the central square of the imperial city. One must know that the imperial city is so prosperous that there are very few vacant spaces in the city. And the only open space that meets the requirement of a radius of 300 meters and is readily available is the central square of the imperial city. Hearing Su Chen's words, all the officials were very puzzled, even Su Xian and others were no exception. However, the officials did not refute Su Chen's order, but quickly walked towards the central square of the imperial city together with Su Chen. Imperial City, the central square. Under Su Chen's instruction, dozens of palace servants entered the central square, and asked the residents who were active in it to leave the central square. "Everyone, do you know what a miracle is?" After all the servants in the palace retreated behind Su Chen smiled and asked with open arms towards the ministers. "System, get the Martial Arts Academy, which is located in the central square." While Su Chen was speaking to the officials, he commanded the system in his heart. Ding! Martial Arts Academy has issued. As the sound of the system sounded, Su Chen cooperatively took out the Kong Tong seal from his system backpack, and threw it into the air with all his strength, and at the same time activated the Kong Tong seal with the power of luck in his body, making it bloom blue light. The light blue fluorescent light released by the Kong Tong seal suddenly shone, forcing the officials to squint their eyes. At the same time, a little golden light suddenly appeared in the center of the central square, and expanded rapidly at a speed visible to the naked eye. The golden light instantly turned into a golden light, and then, a huge golden building like a palace appeared in front of everyone, covering the original area of the central square. This golden building is built with a golden metal like gold. The 4 golden walls of the building are full of exquisite patterns. On the top of the building, there are even 9 golden dragon statues, presenting a landscape of 9 dragons seizing pearls. This is the Martial Arts Academy summoned by the system. The entire Martial Arts Academy was shrouded in a layer of hazy golden light, which symbolized the power of the Empire's luck. From a distance, it seemed that the entire body of the Martial Arts Academy was emitting a bright golden light. The main entrance of the Martial Arts Academy is covered by a dense light curtain. As the system says, only those who are completely loyal to Su Chen can pass through the light curtain and enter the Martial Arts Academy without hindrance. Looking at this miraculous scene, all the officials present were dumbfounded. After a long time, the shock in their eyes disappeared, replaced by incomparable fanaticism towards Su Chen, the omnipotent majesty. "Your Majesty's divine power is unparalleled in the world." An official shouted and bowed deeply to Su Chen. Starting with this official, all the ministers present bowed down to Su Chen one after another. Their eyes were full of piety, just like believers' belief in their supreme God. Yes, in their eyes, Su Chen is no different from a god at this time. Everyone, this is the Martial Arts Academy. There are hundreds of thousands of martial arts and martial arts in the Martial Arts Academy, which can quickly train a large number of warriors, and even train an army composed entirely of warriors. The Martial Arts Academy can accommodate 300,000 people at the same time. Only those who are completely loyal to me can pass through this light curtain and enter it. You said, with this Martial Arts Academy, will it be difficult for me to suppress the rebellion of Su Tianyan and others? With a bit of a smile, Su Chen asked the officials. Yu Wenzuo took a step forward and said loudly in a fanatical tone, "Don't worry, Your Majesty. With this Martial Arts Academy, suppressing a mere 200,000 rebels is as easy as Tang Woke." Su Chen nodded and said, "Okay, you will be responsible for this matter. I will appoint you as the commander of this rehabilitated army, leading an army of 150,000. I will give you half a month to let these 150,000 soldiers enter the Martial Arts Academy to practice." Yes. Yu Wenzuo took the lead. The author has something to say. Ask for rewards, monthly tickets, recommended tickets, please. W. Chapter 12 The Cutest Soldier. Zhenyi's City, City Lord's Mansion. My lord, the brothers have assembled in the school grounds and are waiting for your orders at any time. A soldier in armor knelt in front of a man with a hooked nose and said respectfully. This hooked-nosed man in a python robe was none other than Su Tianyan, king of Zhenyi's, who led the private army to rebel. Su Tianyan didn't speak, but a man behind him who was also wearing a python robe spoke. Zhenyi's city and Linwu city have fallen into our hands. The next thing we need to do is to control the frontier army of the Martial God Empire in the south, otherwise, if the frontier army in the south border attacks when we attack the imperial city, then we will be in a dilemma time. He is obviously a man, but he has a pair of very beautiful phoenix eyes. Yes, this person is exactly Su Tianyu, the king of Tianwu, who is a compatriot with Su Tianyan. Mu Ren's previous guess was not wrong. After Su Tianyu learned of Su Tianyan's rebellion, he also led his private army to control Linwu city, and incorporated it into Su Tianyan's rebel army. Even the lord of Linwu city was imprisoned by Su Tianyu, and even the news failed to spread to the imperial city. Su Tianyan nodded in agreement, and said, "Well, I have already asked the people I placed in the southern frontier army to persuade that general to surrender, if he is not willing to cooperate with us. Then, he can stop blaming me for storming the frontier camp. After all, he is not the only master martial artist in the southern frontier army." Su Tianyan spoke gloomily. "Hey? Brother Huang, did you arrange for the master warriors to march in the southern border?" Su Tianyu asked in surprise. Su Tianyan said, "That's right. If it's time to forcefully attack the frontier army camp, the master warrior I placed in the frontier army will forcefully attack and cooperate with our army internally and externally to take down the frontier army camp. With him here, we will be able to control the entire frontier army within 15 days. In this way, we will have no worries when we kill the imperial city." While speaking, Su Tianyan looked at the soldier who was still kneeling on one knee in front of him. "Pass down the order to let the soldiers prepare for battle. We will leave the city tomorrow and head to the border of the empire." Yes. 3 days later, 1 mile outside the imperial city. Under Su Chen's order, the army of the 150,000 Valkyrie Empire quickly gathered here. And standing directly in front of them is Yu Wenzuo, the general of the Martial God Empire and the coach of this rehabilitated case. "Soldiers, everyone should be clear about the purpose of His Majesty's invitation to come outside the imperial city this time, so I don't need to say more. Next, under my command, you will enter the Martial Arts Academy in the imperial city in an orderly manner for a period of half a year. Months of training. This opportunity is not easy to come by, I hope everyone can grasp it well. After half a month, it is time for everyone to repay His Majesty's kindness and serve the Valkyrie Empire." Yu Wenzuo narrated loudly. He condensed a force of qi and blood in his throat, so that his voice could be made with the power of qi and blood. In this way, what he said can be heard very clearly by everyone. Yes. The soldiers were majestic, and their shouts came and went, and even the faint voices could be heard at the gate of the imperial city a mile away. Seeing this, Yu Wenzuo nodded with satisfaction. This martial arts academy can only be entered by those who are completely loyal to His Majesty. As a soldier of the martial god empire, we should be loyal to His Majesty. If I find out that someone is blocked by the light curtain of the martial arts academy, then you will not be the only one who will lose your reputation. Okay, soldiers, follow me to the imperial city. Yu Wenzuo spoke again, and with a wave of his hand, he led an army of 150,000 towards the martial arts academy. When he came to the gate of the city, Yu Wenzuo showed the token given by Su Chen to the soldiers of the city defense army. In fact, it was Su Zian, his apprentice and the new leader of the city defense army, who greeted Yu Wenzuo at the city gate. It's just that Su Zian, the 8th Prince Su Yi and Su Ziaju were all arranged by Su Chen to practice at the martial arts academy after it was located in the original central square. Even the memorial that was originally arranged for Su Ziaju and the other three to help review it was all undertaken by Su Chen. From Su Chen's point of view, Su Zian and others still lack the ability to protect themselves, so they naturally need to enter the martial arts academy to practice. And although he also didn't practice any martial arts, but he has a martial artist who is close to him, so he doesn't need to go to the martial arts academy for the time being. Su Zian went to the martial arts academy, so the person who greeted Yu Wenzuo at the city gate was just an ordinary city defense officer. Watching the former leader lead the army into the imperial city, the soldier of the city defense army first saluted Yu Wenzuo's back, and then walked back to his original position, continuing to guard the city he believed in dutifully. Residents in the imperial city watched as the Valkyrie Empire troops passed through the streets of the imperial city in an orderly manner, heading towards the martial arts academy in the south of the center of the imperial city. The residents of the imperial city not only did not retreat like a flood of beasts, but enthusiastically came to the street, and some even handed a cup of hot water to the soldiers of the Valkyrie Empire on the street. In the eyes of these residents, these soldiers are the most lovable people who guard the empire, and they naturally need their respect. What's more, the family members of many people in this martial god empire army live in this imperial city. That's why these residents are so enthusiastic. However, these soldiers with strict military discipline still declined the hot water and other items offered by the residents of the imperial city. Soon, the soldiers at the front had arrived outside the martial arts academy and passed through the light curtain in an orderly manner. When these soldiers passed through the gate of martial arts academy, the light curtain rippled slightly, and then calmed down. Until the entire army entered the martial arts academy more than halfway, no one was stopped by the light curtain. It can be seen from this that how loyal these soldiers are to Su Chen, His Majesty, and to the Valkyrie Empire, their home. Of course, even if there were some vacillating people, the light curtain only shook for a while, and finally let them in. After all, after learning about the benefits that can be obtained in the martial arts academy and listening to Yu Wenzuo's words, most of these vacillating people also chose to be completely loyal. Until all the 150,000 troops entered the martial arts academy, only a dozen people were blocked by the light curtain. Moreover, after these dozens of people were arrested, they were all found out to be spies placed in the army by Chinese King Su Tianyan to inquire about news. After hearing the news, Su Chen, who was sitting firmly in the palace, came to the martial arts academy in person, and bowed slightly towards the gate to show his respect to these soldiers. Su Chen's move made Su Chen even more loved by the residents of the imperial city. Inside the martial arts academy, this is a huge hall covered by a golden light curtain. 150,000 soldiers are sitting cross-legged in the hall, and their bodies are bathed in a layer of golden light transformed by the power of faith. The author has something to say. Ask for rewards, monthly tickets, recommended tickets, please. W. Chapter 13 The Southern Frontier Barracks Lost. The way of teaching martial arts and martial arts at the Martial Arts Academy is to use the power of luck to introduce the consciousness of these soldiers into a special space, and let them learn and practice martial arts in it. This is similar to the ability that the system gave Su Chen directly, but these soldiers need to spend a certain amount of time. From the outside, the power of luck surrounding the soldiers is slowly sinking into their bodies and transforming into their cultivation base. However, this cultivation was not obtained for nothing. The cultivation bases of the soldiers who practice martial arts and martial arts in the special space are the cultivation bases that the power of luck has increased for them. In this way, after the consciousness of these soldiers leaves the special space and returns to their own bodies, they will not have the feeling that their consciousness and body do not adapt. Although these powers of luck have been transformed into the cultivation of the soldiers, this will not reduce the national fortune of the empire. After all, these soldiers of the Valkyrie Empire are themselves part of the Valkyrie Empire. With the passage of time, the strength of the 150,000 army is improving day by day. And when the army of the martial god empire was improving its strength, the rebel army led by Su Tianyan was not idle. 10 days later, Su Tianyan and Su Tianyu's 200,000 rebels had all arrived outside the southern frontier camp. At this time, it was late at night. "Brother Huang, our army has arrived at the frontier army camp. As long as you give an order, we can launch a strong attack," Su Tianyu said to Su Tianyan with a smile. Su Tianyan nodded, and said, "Next, we will wait for the people we put in the barracks to deliver the news." The two stood in the army and waited quietly. After an estimated quarter of an hour, a soldier wearing rebel uniform entered the middle of the army and came to the two of them. "My lord, the brother in the barracks who was in charge of persuading surrender was killed on the spot by that general. What should we do?" There was a little sadness in the soldier's eyes, and he reported to Su Tianyan. Hearing this, Su Tianyan's eyes flickered coldly. "Humph, Nangang Yi won't eat a toast and take fine wine. Since he doesn't want to cooperate, let's storm the camp," Su Tianyan said in a cold voice. The Nangang Yi he was talking about was naturally the general of the southern frontier army. "Fire the rocket," Su Tianyan said to a soldier beside him. The rebel soldier nodded, and he took out an arrow with several magnesium strips tied to it from his back. When the magnesium bar is lit, it will emit intense white light. As long as it is tied to an arrow and shot into the air, it can play the role of a signal bomb very well. Rebel soldiers ignite the magnesium strips on the arrows, which they then attach to their bows. As the rebel soldier released his right hand, the arrow instantly flew into the air. The magnesium bars tied to the arrows glowed a dazzling white light, which was especially dazzling in the night sky. At the same time, inside the frontier camp, "General, there is an unclear light above the rebel formation. It may be that the opponent is about to take action." In front of General Nangang Yi, one of his personal soldiers said in a deep voice. Nangang Yi nodded and said, "Well, pass on the order to make the archers ready to shoot arrows at any time." The soldier was ordered to leave the military tent just now. But when he walked to the door of the military tent, a cold light appeared. An incomparably sharp long sword was drawn out, and the tip of the sword passed over the soldier's neck, causing a splash of blood. The soldier clutched his neck, glared at the visitor, and slowly fell down. "Ye Wuchen, this general never imagined that the traitor who was planted in the army is you." Looking at the figure of the visitor, Nangang Yi was both heartbroken and angry. "You know, Ye Wuchen is only 25 years old, and he has the cultivation base of a master warrior. His future is bright. There is absolutely no need to follow Su Tianyan, a traitor, to make trouble. Ye Wuchen is destroying his own future. The entire Valkyrie Empire can no longer tolerate this traitor." Ye Wuchen listened to Nangang Yi's words, but didn't care at all. "The army here is just you and me, the two masters. Besides me, do you think Chinese Wang has other people who can restrain you? What's more, I, Yewuchun, can have my current cultivation base, thanks to the resources provided by King Geniz. I am loyal to King Geniz, isn't that a matter of course? Yewuchun sneered, and stabbed at Nangang Yi with the 7-foot-long sword in his hand. The energy and blood of the guru martial artist level surged out, making this long sword a thick layer of blood. Nangang Yi felt the sharpness coming from the long sword, and his expression changed involuntarily. He took a step back and unsheathed the long sword at his waist. Nangang Yi's long sword was forged by a famous craftsman in the imperial city, and its power is extraordinary. However, the sword Yewuchun used at this time was not the steel sword he usually used. The silver long sword with blood patterns in his hand was forged by Geniz King, and its power was not weaker than Nangang Yi. The two strong masters of the master martial arts were fighting back and forth, and the strong wind transformed by the power of qi and blood tore the entire big tent in an instant. At this time, Su Tianyin outside the camp of the frontier army had already ordered to storm the camp. The 200,000 rebels stormed the barracks desperately, but within a few breaths, the barracks were broken through by the rebels. Although the southern frontier army has 250,000 soldiers, at least 150,000 of them are still standing on the border of the Wuxian Empire to protect this country. And those who rest in the camp in shifts are only 100,000 soldiers at this time, and they are still extremely tired soldiers who have stood guard all day. How can they compete with the rebels who have been recharging their energy for a day? The screams in the barracks kept coming, which made Nangang Yi even more anxious, and his forehead was covered with fine sweat. Nangang Yi is over 60 years old, although he is still a strong master martial artist, but compared with Yewuchun, a newcomer, his physical strength has dropped a lot due to the wear and tear of the years. Coupled with the sound of the war in the barracks constantly disturbing his heartstrings, this made him accidentally expose a fatal flaw in front of Yewuchun. Naturally, Yewuchun would not let go of this opportunity. With a slight shake of his right wrist, the sharp sword instantly lifted up, flying the long sword in Nangang Yi's hand. It's done. Yewuchun was overjoyed. He rushed forward instantly, using the advantage of his weapon, quickly subdued Nangang Yi to the ground, and sealed the power of qi and blood in the opponent's body. Nangang Yi, you are old, you can't do it anymore. The current southern frontier army should be handed over to King Geniz. Yewuchun smiled wildly, holding a sharp sword in his hand. He became more and more proud at this moment. However, at this moment, a sharp arrow burst out from 100 meters away. This sharp arrow carried enormous power, pierced the air, and appeared near Yewuchun in an instant. The target of this sharp arrow was Yewuchun's throat. The author has something to say. Looking for rewards, monthly tickets, recommendation tickets. Chapter 14 Coercion. Facing the arrows flying fast, Yewuchun just snorted coldly. He didn't even move, and the power of qi and blood that belonged to the master warrior was released, forcing the arrow to stop abruptly. The arrow that lost its kinetic energy fell powerlessly to the ground, while Yewuchun's figure disappeared in place. Nangang Yi, if I remember correctly, he is your only son. In the next instant, Yewuchun's figure appeared in front of Nangang Yi again. At this time, Yewuchun's left hand was tightly clutching the throat of a young man. The young man's name is Nangang Wengzin. He is the only son of Nangang Yi, and he is also the archer who shot the arrow earlier. Nangang Wengzin was tightly controlled by Yewuchun. He couldn't help showing a bit of pain, and the blood vessels on his face bulged out due to insufficient blood supply. Ask Xin, why don't you go? Seeing this, Nangang Yi jerked his body, and he roared and asked. Yewuchun laughed loudly, and then his expression became gloomy. Nangang Yi, I will give you two choices. Either lead the army to surrender to King Geniz, or lose your only son. Yewuchun said coldly. His sharp nails cut a line on Nangang Wengzin's neck, light bloodstains. As long as he exerts a little force, Nangang Wengzin will undoubtedly die. Yewuchun originally thought that under his threat, Nangang Wengzin would desperately beg for mercy in order to shake Nangang Yi's determination, but he miscalculated. Facing the crisis of life and death, instead of begging for mercy, Nangong Wengzan sent his body forward, and let Ye Wuchen pierce his throat like this. "Father, my son is not filial, but my son will never betray the empire." Nangong Wengzan's lips moved slightly, and then he closed his eyes completely. Seeing the death of his only son, Nangong Yi also closed his eyes in pain. His hair seemed to have turned half white in an instant, and his expression became even older. "Don't worry. Even if Dad dies, he will never fail the empire." Nangong Yi clenched his fists. How much he wanted to step forward and kill Ye Wuchen, but his blood power was sealed, and now he has more than enough heart but not enough power. "Old man, since you want to die so much, I'll just send you to die." When Ye Wuchen heard Nangong Yi's decisive words, he couldn't help but want to raise his sword and kill him. But just as he was about to swing his sword, a gloomy voice came and stopped his movements. "Stop!" Ye Wuchen looked over upon hearing the reputation, and when he saw the person coming, he immediately put on a flattering smile. "My lord, you are here," Ye Wuchen said respectfully. "N." Su Tianyan nodded lightly, and then walked over slowly. Beside him is naturally Tianwu King Su Tianyu. "Now we can't kill Nangong Yi, we must save his life to threaten these southern frontier soldiers. If Nangong Yi dies, then his high reputation in the army may cause the entire frontier army to die because of his death." "Out of control." Su Tianyu opened his mouth to explain. Ye Wuchen nodded and said, "My lord is right, let this old thing live for a few more days." Saying that, Ye Wuchen raised his hand and hit a strong wind, knocking Nangong Yi unconscious to prevent him from committing suicide. Su Tianyan looked at Ye Wuchen and said, "Take the people we put in the frontier army and control them as soon as possible." "Yes." Ye Wuchen put away his smile, nodded seriously, and left quickly. After half an hour, under the persecution of the 200,000 rebels, all the people in the frontier camp had to stop resisting and were gathered in the school grounds. I saw Su Tianyan, Su Tianyu, and Ye Wuchen standing on the high platform of the school field, and behind them was the unconscious Nangong Yi. If it weren't for Nangong Yi still in the hands of Su Tianyan and the others, otherwise these frontier soldiers would not be able to put down their weapons and come obediently to the school field even if they fought to the last drop of blood. This move by the soldiers of the frontier army can also reflect the status of General Nangong Yi in the eyes of the soldiers. Your General Nangong Yi is already in our hands. If you don't want him to die, you'd better join our army obediently. The Emperor of the Martial God Empire, Su Chen, has killed his brother to seize the throne. He is immoral and should not be the Emperor of our Martial God Empire. Now we have to raise the flag to rebel and kill the imperial city." Su Tianyan said loudly, his unruly posture was vividly displayed. The frontier soldiers below heard Su Tianyan's words, their eyes were full of anger, but since Nangong Yi was still in their hands, they didn't dare to act rashly. "Emperor Su Chen is immoral?" Now the entire Martial God Empire knows that it was Su Xinling who killed his siblings, and now His Majesty is fighting for the throne in order to protect himself and other princes. What's more, His Majesty is undoubtedly the Son of Heaven who has received a vision from heaven and established the Martial Arts Academy. And Su Tianyan's claim that he is a foolish king is completely nonsense. It's time for you to make preparations, join our army, or let your general die. Su Tianyan showed a playful smile, and looked at the soldiers below. He wants to see how noble this Nangong Yi is in the eyes of the soldiers. At this moment, a well-known soldier in the frontier army came out. "King Genies, if you can guarantee the life of our general, it is not impossible for us to join you. However, we can only send out 50,000 people, and the rest must stay here to guard the great territory of our Martial God Empire." The soldier said in a cold voice, his face was as cold as 10,000 years of ice. If it was not a last resort, he would never do such a thing that is cast aside by everyone. However, after hearing what this soldier said, the other frontier soldiers did not refute it, as if they had acquiesced to his words. 50,000 people? That's not what I want. Su Tianyan snorted and said, Boy, what's your name? In Nightmare, what I said just now is not my request, but the request of all of us. If it is because of your wishful thinking of rebellion that the territory of our empire is encroached on by other countries, then I will die and die. If the king of Genoese disagrees, we will never give in even if we fight with the king of Genoese to the death. I think the king of Genoese is not willing to see such a scene, right? Nightmare said firmly. Boy, are you threatening me? There was a bit of murderous intent in Su Tianyan's eyes. He leaned forward slightly, and the power that belonged exclusively to King Genoese overwhelmingly pressed towards Ye Shang, trying to force him to surrender. However, Su Tianyan was disappointed. Nightmare's eyes revealed unyielding and firmness. He and Su Tianyan looked at each other without the slightest retreat. The author has something to say. Brothers who like this book, can you leave a 5-star praise in the comment area? Thank you, Little White Tiger. Chapter 15. That's fine. Your southern border army will assign 50,000 soldiers to join my army and work for me. The rest will stay at the border. In the end, Su Tianyan gave in. It's not that he's afraid of Nightmare, but if the Southern Frontier Army really breaks with him, let alone the support of the Southern Frontier Army, even his own 200,000 rebels will lose more than half, even die with it. This is not what Su Tianyan wants to see. However, although he made concessions for his own cause of rebellion, if Su Tianyan really succeeded, then with his ruthless personality, it would be absolutely impossible for Nightmare to survive. Nightmare had already thought of this point, but even so, he stood up without hesitation. It can be seen that he is determined to guard the territory of the empire. Su Tianyu shook the paper fan in his hand, and said, Nightmare, right? You will be in charge of the 50,000 soldiers from the Southern Frontier Army. Bring someone to report to me before noon. The last general takes orders. Nightmare sighed and said. Su Tianyu nodded and left with a flick of his sleeves. And Su Tianyan left with Ye Wuchen, not forgetting to ask Ye Wuchen to carry the unconscious Nanggong Yi. Watching the rebels retreating slowly, the soldiers of the Southern Frontier Army couldn't control themselves. Brother Nightmare, why don't you brothers kill those 2 old thieves directly? I really can't bear to wait. A soldier who had a good relationship with Nightmare had red eyes and gritted his teeth authentically. Nightmare shook his head, and said, No, General Nanggong is still in the hands of the traitor. I will never forget how General Nanggong treated us. If General Nanggong died because of us, then I will feel guilty for the rest of my life of. What's more, the traitor's own cultivation base is above Huajin, and beside them is the traitor Ye Wuchen, who is a master warrior. With the cultivation base of you and me, it is difficult to hurt them at all. Nightmare's analysis was very good, and he presented the situation of the enemy and us in front of everyone. Could it be that we can only swallow our anger like this? A soldier said somewhat unwillingly. Of course not. Nightmare said, a terrifying hatred appeared in his eyes. Doesn't this rebel like to betray? Then when the 50,000 soldiers of our frontier army arrived at the imperial city with them, they directly launched a military coup and cooperated with the Imperial City Defense Army and the official army of the Valkyrie Empire. Are we afraid that we will not be able to defeat these rebels? Nightmare had a crazy smile. He understood that if a military coup was launched within the camp of 200,000 rebels, even if they won, there would definitely be very few of the 50,000 frontier troops left. But he is not afraid, and the 50,000 frontier soldiers will definitely not be afraid either. But at this moment, a silver-white sword light came from dozens of meters away, and appeared behind Nightmare in an instant. Seeing this, the former soldier couldn't help feeling extremely anxious, and he opened his mouth to remind Nightmare. However, it was too late. The extremely sharp sword glow flashed across Nightmare's neck in an instant. Blood spurted out, immediately staining a large area of the ground red. Humph, you little ants dare to resist the cause of the prince. You are looking for your own death. A cold snort came. Ye Wuchen, who had clearly followed Su Tianyan before, appeared on the school field again at some point. Ye Wuchen, I will never die with you. Seeing the death of the old robe Zi, the former soldier couldn't help himself anymore. He pulled out the steel sword at his waist, roared and rushed towards Ye Wuchen. However, if he is only a dark martial artist and he attacks Ye Wuchen, it is really no different from a gnat shaking a tree. Ye Wuchen's wrist holding the long sword trembled slightly, and two sword lights flew out from the tip of the sword, piercing the soldier's body instantly. Since I have joined the prince's army, it is my bounden duty to obey the prince's orders. If I find out that someone is obedient and disobedient, I will end up like this damned ant. Ye Wuchen looked fierce, he said in a cold voice. As soon as the words fell, he put away his long sword and left with a flick of his sleeves. In Ye Wuchen's view, what happened in the school grounds just now was just a small episode. As for the remaining southern frontier troops, with the example of Nightmare, forgive them for not daring to continue to make trouble. Unfortunately, Ye Wuchen still underestimated their determination. Everything that happened on the southern border of the martial god empire has temporarily come to an end. After Su Tianyan forcibly organized 50,000 soldiers from the southern frontier army into the rebel army, he began to make various preparations for attacking the imperial city. 5 days passed quickly, and Su Tianyan and Su Tianyu's rebel army had assembled in Zhenyi's city, and left the city in the evening of this day, rushing towards the imperial city. It was also on this day, in the martial arts academy in the imperial city. The 150,000 Valkyrie Empire soldiers left that special space one after another, and returned to their own bodies. In the martial arts academy, these 150,000 soldiers have more or less obtained their own transformation. And this army of 150,000 has successfully become the only army in the entire Valkyrie Empire that is completely composed of dark warriors and above. Yes, during the half-month of training in the martial arts academy, all these soldiers have broken through to the realm of dark force warriors or higher. You must know that even the southern frontier army, which ranks among the top 3 in the Valkyrie Empire, has only 20,000 dark fighters, which is less than 1/10 of the entire army. Moreover, these soldiers who left from the martial arts academy not only possessed the cultivation base of Anjin and above, the martial arts they learned from the martial arts academy were their greatest gains. The next day, the palace. Your Majesty, the 150,000 martial god empire troops led by the minister have withdrawn from the martial arts academy, and are guarding the Suzaku gate of the imperial city, ready to resist the attack of the rebels from the south at any time. Above the court hall, Yu Wenzuo was wearing a handsome robe. He took a step forward and reported to Su Chen loudly. Listening to Yu Wenzuo's report, Su Chen shook his head slightly. General Yuan, what I want is not only to defend the imperial city. Although there is news from the south that the southern border army is under the control of the rebels, and 50,000 people have been incorporated into the rebels. The number of rebels has therefore reached 250,000. But that's not the reason why you chose to retreat to the imperial city. With the strength of the current Valkyrie Empire army, isn't it impossible to crush the rebels head-on? Su Chen asked back. Hearing this, Yu Wenzuo was shocked. In fact, why didn't he want to take the initiative to attack and crush the rebel army into scum with the army of the martial god empire composed of 150,000 dark warriors and above? He came to the court on purpose today, not just to report this matter to Su Chen. Asking Su Chen to fight, and completely sweeping the rebels, that is the purpose of his coming. However, Su Chen had already given him the answer he wanted. The author has something to say. Looking for rewards, monthly tickets, recommendation tickets. Chapter 16. The minister will live up to His Majesty's expectations. Yu Wenzuo said loudly, with excitement in his eyes. He originally thought that after he became the leader of the Imperial City Defense Force, he would never have the chance to take command. But now, he once again served as the rehabilitated coach and was able to take charge of the expedition. For him, this is the greatest gift. Looking at Yu Wenzuo's appearance of winning, Su Chen nodded. However, he did not let Yu Wenzuo back down, but after pondering for a while, he spoke again. Although you are leading the army, I don't worry about the outcome of the war. However, I still plan to conquer by myself. Su Chen held the Tianzi sword in his hand, looked at the officials below, and said word by word. Hearing this, all the officials were shocked. Your Majesty, how is this possible? Your Majesty, this huge imperial city still needs you to sit in command. General Yuan is enough to rehabilitate the war, and there is no need for your Majesty to take action yourself. Yet, it's just an anti-thief, why should His Majesty bother so much? Your Majesty, please put the dragon body first. All the ministers persuaded him one after another. In their view, with the 150,000 martial God Empire army transformed in the martial arts academy, even without the excellent coach Yu Wenzuo, they could easily crush the rebels. And with Yu Wenzuo commanding the army, if Su Chen wanted to conquer the army himself, that would be superfluous. The voices of remonstrance from the officials kept coming, and Su Chen couldn't help but feel warm in his heart when he heard the words of caring for him. But in the end, he shook his head with a smile, and said, "Don't you think that Zhen Yujia's personal conquest is really just to get rid of the rebels? You are wrong. I personally marched to tell the people in the fallen city and the frontier soldiers who endured humiliation that I care about them. I want to let those people in the city who are eagerly waiting for the imperial court to send troops, and the soldiers of the southern border army who insist on guarding the empire's territory know that they are all heroes of the empire, and I will never forget them. This is not just an action, but also an attitude of mine." Su Chen said categorically, his high-spirited and stirring voice spread throughout the court. After Su Chen finished speaking, the entire court was silent, only the echo of Su Chen's previous words was still echoing. It took a long time before sporadic voices could be heard in the court hall. "My martial god empire has such an emperor, what more can I ask for?" An old minister said with emotion. The ministers no longer objected to Su Chen Yujia's personal conquest, but actively offered suggestions for specific matters of redress. Therefore, Su Chen issued an imperial decree, ordering the 150,000 troops led by Yu Wenzuo to rectify outside the Suzaku gate of the imperial city, and set off to rehabilitate the next day. And Su Chen will also take dozens of palace servants to march in person. The next day, Su Chen came to the Suzaku gate in Luangjia. I saw a black army in front of Su Chen, with 150,000 soldiers wearing black armor and holding long swords, fighting with high spirits. Among them, the coach Yu Wenzuo was standing in front of the army, waiting for Su Chen's arrival. "His Majesty." Yu Wenzuo stepped forward and saluted Su Chen respectfully. Su Chen nodded slightly, and then said to Yu Wenzuo, "This time, the general is still dominated by you, the coach. During the battle, I will not interfere with your command too much." Hearing this, Yu Wenzuo was overjoyed, and quickly said, "Yes. Thank you, Your Majesty, for your trust. Go out." Su Chen said lightly. Yu Wenzuo nodded, and quickly let the messenger go down, ordering the whole army to set off. The marching orders were passed down layer by layer, and within a few breaths, the army was reorganized and set off in the direction of Zhenyi's city. This 150,000 strong army of the martial god empire is advancing like a mountain and river, and the high-spirited fighting spirit will frighten even the enemies who are several miles away when they see it. After learning that Su Chen, His Majesty, was going to march in person, the 150,000 soldiers all cheered up and vowed to show their best state to their Majesty. 3 days passed quickly. "Your Majesty, news came from the scouts that the rebel army led by King Zhenyi's was found 50 miles ahead. The rebel army is heading towards our army. It is expected to confront our army on the Zhulug plain 30 miles ahead." Yu Wenzuo came under Luangjia and reported to Su Chen. "Zhulug plain?" Su Chen frowned. The Jolo Plain is the largest plain in the southern part of the Martial God Empire. The Jolo Plain is flat, and the scenery even 1,000 meters away can be seen at a glance. It is most suitable for simple and rough battles. However, on the Jolo Plain, some weird and changeable battle formations that need to use special terrain will also be unavailable. Fighting on this Jolo Plain has advantages and disadvantages for Su Chen. With the strength of the Martial God Empire army, it can completely crush the opponent in frontal combat, which is beneficial to Su Chen. But if Yu Wenzuo's special battle formation is used to fight, the casualties of the Martial God Empire army can be greatly reduced, but this flat terrain makes part of Yu Wenzuo's battle formation unusable, which is a disadvantage for Su Chen. Listen, I don't want to defeat the rebels in such a short period of time, nor do I want to drive out all the rebels. I only hope that the vast majority of the 150,000 soldiers of the Martial God Empire can return intact. Su Chen said to Yu Wenzuo. Yu Wenzuo clasped his fists and said, "Yes, I will do everything I can to reduce the casualties of our soldiers in the Martial God Empire." Just when the two were talking, a soldier came running from a distance. "Your Majesty, General Yuan, our army has just captured 2 scouts sent by the rebels." The soldier reported to the two. Yu Wenzuo frowned, and said, "Why should you report this to me? Since you are a rebel, just kill him." Only. The soldier glanced at Su Chen, then hesitated, and said, "The scouts sent by the 2 rebels insisted on seeing His Majesty. I asked them why they saw His Majesty, but they refused to say anything." Hearing this, Su Chen's heart moved, and he said, "Let them come over." "Your Majesty, the scout sent by this traitor may be harmful to you, Your Majesty," Yu Wenzuo said hastily. However, Su Chen waved his hand and said, "I know it well, besides, my cultivation level is still higher than yours, and the rebel scouts can't hurt me at all." Only then did Yu Wenzuo nod his head, motioning for the soldier to bring him here. Not long after, 2 rebel scouts whose hands and feet were bound with hemp rope were brought over. When the 2 rebel scouts saw Su Chen wearing the 5-clawed golden dragon imperial robe, they knelt down immediately. "Zhang Haisheng, a young general of the Southern Frontier Army, see Your Majesty." "He Xiat, a young general of the Southern Frontier Army, see Your Majesty." Seeing this, Su Chen narrowed his eyes slightly. "The Southern Frontier Army? Didn't you join the rebel army and prepare to rebel against me?" The author has something to say. Brothers who like this book, can you leave a 5-star praise in the comment area? Thank you, Little White Tiger. Chapter 17 The South Frontier Army soldiers ask for help. The Southern Border Army officer named Zhang Haisheng quickly explained, "It's like this, Your Majesty. Our General Nangong was captured by Chinese King's group of rebels to blackmail us, so we had to separate 50,000 brothers. Bear with shame in this rebel army." The southern frontier soldier named He Xia also echoed, "Yes, Your Majesty. General Nangong has been loyal to the Emperor and patriotic all his life. Even if his only son died at the hands of rebels, he would never give in. I really can't bear to let Nangong the general suffers." In order to let Su Chen understand their position, the 2 soldiers of the Southern Frontier Army briefly explained to Su Chen what had happened in the frontier camp before. After learning that Nangong Yi's only son, Nangong Wengzhen, would rather die in the hands of Ye Wuchen than betray the Martial God Empire, Su Chen and others were extremely moved. "So, you are here for help?" Su Chen asked. Su Chen could perceive that these 2 soldiers of the Southern Frontier Army were both late-stage dark strength warriors, and the scouts sent by the Martial God Empire Army who were new to the dark strength warriors were not enough to capture them. In other words, the 2 were arrested on their own initiative. "Yes, Your Majesty, there are now 50,000 soldiers from our Southern Frontier Army among the rebels. Our 50,000 soldiers are ready at any time and are willing to cooperate with the army sent by Your Majesty to defeat the rebels. This is not only to avenge Nangong Wengzhen and Ye Shang, but also to help His Majesty." Zhang Haisheng said from the bottom of his heart. After the deaths of Nangang Wengzhen, Ye Shang, and others, Zhang Haishan's hatred for Ye Wuchen and the rebels had risen to the level of mortification. Su Chen was silent. After a long time, he waved his right hand and ordered someone to untie Zhang Haisheng and He Xiat. Zhang Haisheng, let me ask you, where are the soldiers of the Southern Frontier Army in the rebel formation? Su Chen asked in a deep voice. King Zhenyi's arranged us in front of the formation, and wanted us to fight with His Majesty's army, while they reaped the benefits. Zhang Haisheng said viciously with a look of deep hatred. It would be fine if the Southern Frontier Army was forcibly incorporated into the rebel army, but this bastard Su Tianyan wanted them to die first. This made Zhang Haisheng and other Southern Frontier soldiers feel righteous indignation. Hearing this, Su Chen smiled. It's better to be at the front of the big formation, it's better to be at the front of the big formation. Zhang Haisheng, pass the news back for me. When the two armies confront each other later, your 50,000 Southern Frontier troops will directly merge into our Valkyrie Empire army, and turn your guns to attack those rebels. Su Chen said to Zhang Haisheng. Zhang Haisheng nodded first, then hesitantly said, but Your Majesty, General Nangang is still in the hands of King Zhenyi's. Su Chen waved his hand and said, go back, Nangang Yi, I will naturally keep him safe. Yes. Zhang Haisheng didn't hesitate anymore, he tidied up the things that had been scattered on the ground before, and then he and He Xie rode on the horse and left. After the two left the Martial God Empire camp, Su Chen looked at Yu Wenzhuo. General Yuan, you will be in charge of the entire battle to come. I will personally go to rescue Nangang Yi. Su Chen said. Yu Wenzhuo was startled, and said, Your Majesty, since King Zhenyi's was able to capture General Nangang who was a master warrior, he must also have a strong master warrior. Although you are also a master warrior, you may not have Zhenyi's. Wang's people are strong. Su Chen said indifferently, my cultivation base is already above that of the master, and besides, I have such an artifact as the Kongtong seal, so why should I be afraid of King Zhenyi's? Okay, stop arguing with me about this matter, I'll save people first. While Su Chen was talking, his figure turned into a phantom and disappeared in place. Even Yu Wenzhuo, who has the cultivation base of a master warrior, can't see through Su Chen's movement trajectory with the naked eye. In just a few breaths, Su Chen had already appeared several miles in front of the army of the Martial God Empire. Su Chen planned to come out to save people himself, not because of his will. First of all, since Su Tianyan's men were able to capture Nangang Yi, a veteran master martial artist, the opponent's cultivation level may not be worse than Yu Wenzhuo's. Secondly, after Su Chen broke through to become a martial artist, he hasn't had a real battle yet. He needs to fight against enemies who are similar in strength to him but don't pose much threat to him to understand his current specific combat power. Therefore, when Zhang Haisheng made the request, Su Chen planned to personally rescue Nangang Yi. In a quarter of an hour, Su Chen's figure appeared in the rebel camp led by Su Tianyan. Although he was surrounded by Su Tianyan and Su Tianyu's vicious rebels, but Su Chen used his own martial artist cultivation to hide his breath. Even if these rebel soldiers were by his side, it was absolutely impossible to discover his existence. Su Chen soared into the sky and began to look for the soldiers of the Southern Frontier Army in the rebel formation. Since the distance between the Wuxian Empire Army and the rebels was as long as 50 miles, Zhang Haisheng and others may not have even arrived halfway. However, at the forefront of the rebel camp, Su Chen still saw a large number of soldiers wearing the armor of the Southern Frontier Army. Su Chen quietly appeared behind a soldier, and after telling the other party why he came, he learned of Nangang Yi's location from the other party. Su Chen could clearly see the surprise and excitement on the face of the soldier when he learned of his intentions. To be so loved by the soldiers under him, Su Chen's rating for this Nangang guy who had never met before increased a lot. Su Chen quickly found Nangang Yi. At this time, Nangang Yi was chained to an open carriage. His blood power was sealed, and a cotton cloth was stuffed in his mouth to prevent him from biting his tongue and committing suicide. Beside Nangang Yi, Ye Wuchen, who was dressed in white and held a blood-patterned silver sword, was resting with his eyes closed, waiting for the next battle. Just as the army of the Valkyrie Empire detected the existence of the rebels, the scouts sent by some rebels also found out the location of the army of the Valkyrie Empire. Looking at Nangang Yi in the open carriage, Su Chen did not move. Su Chen understands that now is not the time to make a move, and making a hasty move now will only arouse the vigilance of all the rebels, which will make the next battle difficult. And the best time to make a move is when the two armies clash. At that time, the attention of the entire rebel army will be attracted by the army of the martial god Empire ahead and the southern frontier army who turned their guns, and Su Tianyan and others will have no time to take care of Nangang Yi in the open carriage. As for Ye Wuchen, who is a master martial artist on the carriage, there is no threat to Su Chen at all. The author has something to say. Ask for 5-star praise, please. Chapter 18. 2 hours later, Zhulo Plain. On this endless plain, Su Chen's martial god Empire army and Su Tianyan and Su Tianyu's rebel army had a formal encounter. Once the two armies met, it was like enemies meeting each other, and their eyes turned red. The 150,000 soldiers of the martial god Empire went straight into the rebel formation. At the same time, the 50,000 soldiers of the southern frontier army who were in front of the rebel formation turned their backs temporarily and turned their guns to kill the rebel soldiers behind. After the soldiers of the southern frontier army turned their guns, they faced the rebels as if they were sworn enemies with a hatred of killing their fathers, and started killing them recklessly with red eyes. With the addition of 50,000 southern frontier soldiers, the number of soldiers on both sides is basically equal. However, this is only the balance of the number of people. The 150,000 Valkyrie Empire troops entering the rebel formation is like a tiger entering a flock of sheep. Together with the soldiers of the southern frontier army, they carried that Daoshan murderous aura, smashed through the entire rebel army, tore it apart, and divided it into two halves. How is it possible? How could this Valkyrie Empire army be so powerful? We have 200,000 people. Su Tianyan roared in disbelief. After he rebelled in Zhenyi's city, he lost all contact with the imperial city, so he was completely unaware of the existence of the Imperial City Martial Arts Academy. As for the fact that the 150,000 warriors of the martial god Empire have broken through to the level of dark warriors and above in the Martial Arts Academy, Su Tianyan and others are even more impossible to know. These news that Su Tianyan could not know, gave him a big surprise after the battle started. At this time, Su Tianyu's face was also very ugly. He said coldly, "I never thought that this damn southern frontier army would turn against the water temporarily. It seems that they really don't care about Nangang Yi, an old man." "That's right, Nangang Yi. Someone, bring me Nangang Yi." Su Tianyan was stunned, and he ordered to the soldiers beside him. However, when the two were talking, the rebel army was behind the formation. A golden light beam descended from the sky and shot through the open carriage where Nangang Yi was in. The open carriage shattered into pieces, stirring up dust in the sky. Immediately afterwards, a figure like a breeze quickly passed over the broken open carriage, and appeared in the air with Nangang Yi's figure. "Who attacked my car? Don't you want to live?" Ye Wuchen's angry voice came, and a sword light burst out from the dusty sky, annihilating the dusty sky instantly. Ye Wuchen raised his head and looked at Su Chen's figure in the air. His voice was as cold as ice. "Boy, no matter who you are, I will make it impossible for you to live or die." Hearing this, Su Chen grinned, "Then you have to have this ability too. Are you a master martial artist? It's not close." While Su Chen was talking, the movements of his hands were not sloppy. He quickly untied Nangang Yi, took out the cotton cloth from Nangang Yi's mouth, and untied the seal of qi and blood in Nangang Yi's body that was sealed by Ye Wuchen. "Force. Thank you, young man, for saving my life." After Nangang Yi regained his mobility, he bowed to Su Chen. Nangang Yi spent his whole life guarding the border of the empire. Even when Su Chen ascended the throne, he never returned to the imperial city, so he did not recognize Su Chen's identity. Su Chen nodded and said, "Please also ask General Nangang to kill this traitor together with me." After speaking, Su Chen took out a sword made by a famous master from the system backpack and threw it to Nangang Yi. After Su Chen finished speaking, Nangang Yi did not hesitate to act. Nangang Yi waved the sharp sword in his hand, and countless sword lights burst out, blasting towards Ye Wuchen. "Old man, if I can suppress you once, I can suppress you a second time." Facing Nangang Yi's attack, Ye Wuchen didn't care. Ye Wuchen kept his eyes on Su Chen, who was in the air. He understood that if Su Chen could be suspended in the air, then Su Chen's strength must at least be that of a master martial artist, and Su Chen looked so young. In Ye Wuchen's eyes, Su Chen's threat to him is much greater than Nangang Yi's. Ye Wuchen also burst out with sword light, resisting Nangang Yi's attack. Immediately afterwards, Ye Wuchen took a step forward, and under the action of the power of qi and blood, his figure instantly soared into the air. The silver light flickered, and the blood-patterned silver sword in Ye Wuchen's hand unexpectedly appeared above him, maintaining the same speed as his figure, and shot towards Su Chen with thousands of sword lights. Seeing this, Su Chen also smiled disdainfully. Kowloon Emperor's Battle. Su Chen secretly operated the exercises, and the power of luck immediately circulated in his body. Su Chen raised his right hand. Roar! A burst of dragon chant suddenly sounded, and a golden five-clawed golden dragon phantom unexpectedly emerged from Su Chen's palm, and instantly transformed into a huge golden dragon with a diameter of tens of meters. This five-clawed golden dragon shone with a golden light that could blind ordinary people, carrying infinite power of luck, turned into a might that could destroy everything, and devoured Ye Wuchen below. The body of the five-clawed golden dragon is filled with that strange energy, which not only gathers a lot of luck, but also contains the power of faith provided by the people of the Valkyrie Empire. In fact, the power of luck and the power of faith are two kinds of energies that can coexist, and the power of faith can be transformed into the power of luck under certain conditions. Under the influence of Su Chen's 9-Dragon Emperor Ju, the power of luck and faith were simultaneously transformed into Su Chen's cultivation, making Su Chen possess the strength of a second-tier martial artist today. Looking at the scene like a god coming, Ye Wuchen was so frightened that his soul trembled. He forcibly stopped his figure in the air and was about to step back. However, it was too late. The five-clawed golden dragon opened its bloody mouth and swallowed Ye Wuchen straight into it. Under the cover of the golden light, all the killing intent contained in the five-clawed golden dragon appeared. Ye Wuchen's body was rapidly shattered under the bombardment of the five-clawed golden dragon. But within 2 or 3 breaths, Ye Wuchen's body completely disappeared, leaving only the fly ash scattered in the air. After easily killing a master martial artist, Su Chen smiled slightly and raised his hand to recall the five-clawed golden dragon. Although with his current cultivation base, he can transform into 2 five-clawed golden dragons to fight at the same time. But it's just killing a mere Ye Wuchen. Su Chen doesn't need to summon a second five-clawed golden dragon at all. The young man has great powers. May I ask where the young man is from? Nangang Yifei flew over, his face was still full of shock. In his cognition, the master martial artist is already the ceiling of martial arts, and the young man in front of him was able to kill a master martial artist like he crushed an ant. How unbelievable it is! Chapter 19. The battle is over, the rebels are punished. Facing Nangang Yi's question, Su Chen just smiled. Under his control, the Emperor's crown, Emperor's clothes and Emperor's sword left the system backpack at the same time and appeared on him. Immediately afterwards, a light blue halo lit up, and the Kong Tong seal representing Su Chen's identity appeared in his hand. I am the Emperor of the Martial God Empire, Su Chen. The imperial clothes on Su Chen moved with the wind, making rustling noises, which further highlighted Su Chen's majesty at this time. Hearing this, Nanggongyi was shocked. It never occurred to him that this strong man who can kill the master martial artist at will is the Supreme Majesty. Chen Nanggongyi, see your Majesty. Nanggongyi saluted Su Chen in the air, and he said excitedly. With such a powerful and talented His Majesty, why should our martial god empire be unhappy? Su Chen nodded, and said, the traitor Ye Wuchen has been killed, you follow me back to the rear of the martial god empire army. This time, I am the imperial conquest. Thank you, your Majesty, for your grace. Nanggongyi saluted again, and then left with Su Chen. And not long after the two left, two of Su Tianyan's personal soldiers rushed from the front, and they were shocked when they saw the broken carriage. Where's Nanggongyi? I don't know, how should we explain to the prince? The faces of the two guards were ashen. He couldn't imagine that someone could rescue Nanggongyi in this tens of thousands of people. Now, even Ye Wuchen has disappeared, and there is a high probability that something unexpected happened. They could already imagine how ugly Su Tianyan's face would be when they went back to report to Su Tianyan. After Su Chen rescued Nanggongyi, he returned to where Yu Wenzuo was. Your Majesty, I want to go to the front line and command the soldiers of the Southern Frontier Army to fight. I beg your Majesty to allow it. Nanggongyi said to Su Chen. When the two of them flew over the area where the two armies clashed just now, Nanggongyi could clearly see that under the leadership of Yu Wenzuo, the soldiers of the martial god empire army could continue to kill the rebels in various formations. But those southern frontier troops who were merged into the army of the martial god empire seemed a little at a loss at this time. Although they are also well-trained soldiers, without the command of a commander, their record is much worse than that of the 150,000 Valkyrie Empire soldiers. I agree. Su Chen nodded in agreement. Ye Wuchen, the only master martial artist in the rebel army, has been killed by him, and now only Su Tianyan and Su Tianyu, two peak warriors, are in the rebel army. In other words, the current rebel army has no one who can threaten Nanggongyi. Thus, Nanggongyi controlled the power of qi and blood in his body to rise into the air and head towards the direction of the battle ahead. With Nanggongyi's command, the soldiers of the Southern Frontier Army played a greater role. They cooperated closely with the 150,000 Valkyrie Empire Army commanded by Yu Wenzuo, and killed all the rebels within the range of vision. Without the long and fierce battle as imagined, Su Chen's army entered the rebel formation as if entering no one's land, wantonly killing the rebels. The army was defeated like a mountain. After only a quarter of an hour of fighting, the rebel army was completely defeated. The original 200,000 rebels were hunted down by the Valkyrie Empire Army and the Southern Frontier Army, and there were less than 10,000 left, and this number is still decreasing. The infantry retreat, and the light cavalry stand on top of me. Make sure to drive out these rebels. Yu Wenzuo shouted in a deep voice. The 100,000 infantry of the Valkyrie Empire stopped chasing and killing the rebels fleeing in front of them, but took a step back to make way for the light cavalry rushing forward. With these light cavalry, how could those rebels who ran on two legs escape the chase? Your Majesty, I have arrested the leader of the rebel army. At this moment, Nanggongyi walked over. Nanggongyi dragged a rope, and this rope bound Su Tianyan and Su Tianyu at the same time. Good job. Su Chen nodded with a smile, then walked up to the two of them. Hehe, you guys are really my good emperor uncles by making such a big move to rebel against me. A 200,000 army, you have been preparing for a long time. Su Chen looked at Su Tianyan and Su Tianyu, his expression suddenly became indifferent, he said with a sneer. Su Tianyan looked at Su Chen, instead of feeling guilty at all, he said viciously, the winner is the loser, the fittest survive. If you lose, there is nothing to say. If she hadn't betrayed me, I would have been sitting on the throne back then, not your father. Su Tianyan said angrily. Hearing this, Su Chen frowned. From this point of view, there was some secret behind his cheap father sitting on the throne of God. However, this has nothing to do with him. Take them down, and when we return to the imperial city, we will behead them for public display." Su Chen said lightly. As for Su Tianyu at the side, he had no intention of talking to him. Soon, the battle that took place on the Zhuluo plain was over. Su Chen returned with the 30 palace attendants who had arrived, while Yu Wenzuo stayed in the Zhuluo plain with the army of the martial god empire to clean up the battlefield. As for Nangang Yi, he followed Su Chen's Luangjia with 50,000 southern border soldiers and headed towards the imperial city. Under Su Chen's instruction, the 50,000 southern frontier soldiers will also enter the martial arts academy in the imperial city for 15 days of training. 3 days later, the imperial city. As the executioner waved the big knife in his hand, 2 large human heads flew out. Under the watchful eyes of the people of the imperial city, a generation of heroes Su Tianyan and Su Tianyu died, and they showed their heads to the public. On the high platform, after Su Chen witnessed the death of the 2, he turned his back indifferently, and returned to the palace under the guard of the palace servants. The rebellion that had lasted for nearly a month in the Valkyrie Empire subsided. The next day, above the court. This time the rebellion has subsided, and I intend to learn a lesson, so as to prevent the occurrence of such things in the martial god empire that have made the people complain. Therefore, I will issue 3 decrees today. Let's draw up a purpose. Su Chen glanced at the ministers and said lightly. A palace servant beside him has already taken out the imperial edict and is ready to draw up the edict. Su Chen said, in order to prevent the prince of the martial god empire from supporting his own troops again, no matter what his status is in the martial god empire, no private army is allowed. Even if it is the prince's guard, the number should not exceed 1,000. Within 7 days from the issuance of the decree, all princes must disband all private troops and reduce the number of guards without any delay. If it is found that a prince owns a private army, he will be charged with treason. Chapter 20 The new law is promulgated, everyone is a warrior. This is the anti-private military law. Su Chen said lightly. Here. All the ministers bowed their heads in agreement, and they agreed 100% with the decree promulgated by Su Chen. They don't want to experience another rebellion like this. Su Chen suppressed this time, what about next time? No one knows what kind of situation the Valkyrie Empire will fall into when such a rebellion happens again. The anti-private military law can solve this problem from the root, so as to achieve once and for all. From now on, all officers and men of the armies belonging to the martial god empire who want to hold the position of commander-in-chief and above must go to the martial arts academy in the imperial capital to practice for 15 days. This is the method of selecting generals. Su Chen continued. Although after the promulgation of the anti-private army law, there will be no selfish army in the Valkyrie Empire. But some greedy and unruly people will inevitably extend their hands into the army of the Valkyrie Empire. After the promulgation of the general selection law, all officers who can command thousands of soldiers must pass the test of the martial arts academy to ensure their loyalty. In this way, these unruly people will not be able to infiltrate the army. Here. The ministers agreed again. The internal area of the martial arts academy can accommodate 300,000 people practicing at the same time. Therefore, I decided to divide 1/3 of the area in the martial arts academy to the soldiers of the martial god empire. The officers and soldiers of the Imperial City Defense Force will assign themselves. Divide an area enough to accommodate 50,000 people to practice at the same time, as a reward for meritorious ministers on weekdays. All the people who have contributed to the empire can get a certain amount of time to practice in the martial arts academy. Divide an area enough to accommodate 100,000 people to practice at the same time, and open it to all the people of the martial god empire for free. A 100,000 quota is issued every day, and those who win the quota can enter the martial arts academy for 1 day of practice, first come, first served. One person can enter at most once a year martial arts academy. However, the officials in charge of this matter need to put an end to all illegal activities such as speculating tickets and selling quotas. This is the general martial arts law for the whole people. Su Chen said lightly. Listening to Su Chen's words, all the officials below were shocked. It is said that the apprentices of the church starved to death of the master. If the current warriors have exercises, most of them are hiding them and are unwilling to pass them on to others. However, Su Chen wants to do the opposite and provide everyone with the skills of the martial arts academy. He wants everyone in the martial god empire to be a martial artist. What a great move this is! Your Majesty is holy, I thank you on behalf of the people of the martial god empire. An old minister took a step forward and said with tears in his eyes. It won't be long before everyone in our Valkyrie Empire will be a warrior. By then, the national strength of our Valkyrie Empire will definitely be greatly improved. Su Chen said with a smile. The improvement of the national power of the martial god empire also has a great effect on the improvement of his cultivation base. In this way, Su Chen's anti-private army law, general selection law and general military law of the people were promulgated. Carried by the envoys, the imperial edict was delivered towards various cities of the martial god empire. After going to court, Su Chen returned to the imperial study. He sat down cross-legged, and activated his 9-dragon emperor art. After Su Tianyan and Su Tianyu curled their heads and the rebellion was completely subsided, Su Chen felt a powerful energy penetrate into his body. It's just that he couldn't directly check his body under the eyes of everyone. This is a Tier 4 martial artist. After checking the situation in his body, Su Chen couldn't help showing joy. The rebellion in the martial god empire subsides, and everyone returns to their hearts, which will naturally increase the overall national strength of the martial god empire. And in this way, the luck power of the martial god empire has also been increased. After the power of luck was transformed into Su Chen's cultivation, Su Chen broke through 2 small realms in a row, reaching the cultivation of a 4th-tier martial artist. Su Chen can be sure that the current self is an invincible existence in the entire martial god empire. As for the outside of the martial god empire, he can't say. After all, there are people beyond people, and heaven beyond the sky. Su Chen's current martial artist realm is only the 2nd great realm of martial arts. His journey in martial arts is still very long and distant. To the south of the martial god empire is a country called the Nanlin Empire. The Nanlin Empire has 17 cities, and its territory is about 2/3 of that of the martial god empire. Although its national power is not that strong, the Nanlin Empire's ambitions are not small at all. The Nanlin Empire is connected to the Tian Shan Mountains in the west and the south coast of the mainland in the south. It can be said that the position of the Nanlin Empire is very safe. With the obstruction of the Tongtian mountain range, it is almost impossible for the empires in the west of the Nanlin Empire to easily cross the Tongtian mountain range and invade the Nanlin Empire. At this time, the capital of the Nanlin Empire. Royal Palace. Your Majesty, the spies we sent to the Valkyrie Empire have received news. There has been a rebellion of more than 200,000 people in the Valkyrie Empire. Although the rebellion has been suppressed, the Valkyrie Empire must be in a bleak state and has no time to care about other empires. An official of the Nanlin Empire knelt on one knee in front of the Emperor of the Nanlin Empire and reported to him. The Emperor of the Nanlin Empire is named Yahantian, and he is an ambitious lord. After Yahantian heard the news, he couldn't help squinting his eyes. The rebellion of the martial god empire? Perhaps, our Nanlin Empire can also get a share of it. Yahantian said so. The Nanlin Empire official asked, Your Majesty, what should we do? Go down and call the 3rd prince, Ye Feng. Yahantian said in a deep voice. Yes. The officials of the Nanlin Empire did not hesitate, turned around and headed out of the court hall. Not long after, a handsome man walked in. The man was wearing a 4-claw python robe, and with a wicked smile on his face, he bowed to Yahantian, who was in the first place, Ye Feng's father. Yahantian nodded slightly towards Ye Feng, and then said, Fenger, I plan to send our intelligence personnel from the Nanlin Empire to sneak into the Valkyrie Empire secretly, and let them infiltrate the Valkyrie Empire's official system to obtain the Valkyrie Empire's secrets. If possible, I hope to obtain the border defense map of the southern border of the Martial God Empire. In this way, our Nanlin Empire can really benefit from it. Maybe we can win a city or two. As for the person in charge of this operation, I plan to hand it over to you. What do you think? Hearing this, Ye Feng's eyes lit up. You know, Ye Feng has been very interested in investigating intelligence since he was able to read and write. As a child, Ye Feng often sneaked into the palace to eavesdrop on some special news. Ye Hantian was not angry about this, but decided to train Ye Feng in the direction of the spy chief, making him a talent in this area. Today, Ye Feng has also achieved many achievements in inquiring about intelligence. He even inquired in advance that there were princes in the empire who were about to rebel, and sent the news back to the palace. This allowed the imperial court to quickly send troops to suppress the princes, and saved the Nanlin Empire from a war. However, this operation is the first time that the Nanlin Empire has infiltrated other empires. Therefore, Ye Feng was very excited about the position of the person in charge of this operation. My son is willing to share the worries of my father. Ye Feng said without hesitation. Chapter 21 Mission, Impossible. Okay. I appointed you as the person in charge of this operation, and ordered you to lead 100 intelligence personnel from the Nanlin Empire to infiltrate the Valkyrie Empire and seize the secrets of the Valkyrie Empire. Ye Hantian shouted loudly. Ye Feng knelt down on one knee and said, I accept the order. Just when Nanlin Empire began to think carefully, the three major decrees promulgated by Su Chen had spread throughout the entire Martial God Empire. After learning of the anti-private military law and general selection law, the people of the Valkyrie Empire were first surprised, and then delighted. With these two decrees in place, the Valkyrie Empire no longer needs to worry about the civil strife caused by the prince's self-respect. And after learning the general martial arts law for the whole people, the people of the Valkyrie Empire felt even more ecstatic. They were proud of being a member of the Valkyrie Empire. After all, apart from the Martial God Empire, I am afraid that there will be no other empire in this world, who can provide martial arts to their own people so impartially. In fact, the emperors of other empires were also very wronged. If they also publicize their skills in martial arts, then after these people have enough strength, they will be dissatisfied with their rule and want a constitutional monarchy. So what? It's fine if the people are loyal enough, but no one can be sure that all their people are loyal. The forest is big and there are all kinds of birds, and so is the empire. The emperors of other empires dare not gamble. But Su Chen is different. If he wants to enter his martial arts academy, then loyalty is the first threshold to pass. Su Chen didn't have to worry about whether these people who had successfully cultivated in the martial arts academy would resist him. After confirming the authenticity of the general martial law, people from various cities of the Martial God Empire gathered outside the local city lord's mansion, preparing to compete for a place to enter the martial arts academy. That's right, the daily quota for entering the martial arts academy is not only available in the imperial city, but is evenly distributed to different cities according to the population of each city. In this way, it can also avoid the embarrassing situation where these people rushed to the imperial city for thousands of miles, but failed to grab the quota. At this time, the imperial palace, the imperial study. His Majesty Yu Wenzuo came in front of Su Chen, and the aura around him had been completely restrained into his body. Even Su Chen could only see the other party's cultivation base after careful observation. Su Chen asked, "Breakthrough?" Yu Wenzuo had a bit of joy on his face. He nodded his head and said, "Thanks to His Majesty's guidance, after a few days of training in the Martial Arts Academy, I broke through the bottleneck of the pinnacle of a master martial artist and reached the realm of a martial artist. I originally thought that the master martial artist was the pinnacle of martial arts, but now it seems that I'm still watching the sky from a well." As he spoke, Yu Wenzuo couldn't help sighing. Thinking of Su Chen, a Tier 4 martial artist, going to the rebel camp to abuse vegetables, and he was still worried that Su Chen would lose to the opponent. Yu Wenzuo felt ashamed for a while. Su Chen shook his head with a smile, and said, "It's just human nature. By the way, where is General Nangong?" Yu Wenzuo said, "General Nangong and the 50,000 southern frontier soldiers are training in the martial arts academy. He is already in the late stage of a master warrior. After these 15 days, he can at least reach the peak of a master warrior. He should be able to break through soon after he returns to the southern border of the empire." Yu Wenzuo said. N. Su Chen nodded, expressing his understanding. "By the way, General Yuan, do you know the current situation of my martial god empire? I grew up in the imperial city since I was a child, but I rarely hear about things outside the empire." Su Chen asked. Yu Wenzuo said, "My martial god empire is located in the eastern half of the mainland. There are other empires in the north, south and east of the empire, and the strength of these empires is not bad, even surpassing our martial god empire." "What about the west side?" Su Chen asked. "To the west of our martial god empire, there is a mountain range spanning the three empires, the Tongtian mountain range. The Tongtian mountain range is extremely high, and its highest peak is as high as 8,000 meters above sea level. The Tongtian mountain range completely cut off the connection between our Valkyrie Empire and other empires to the west, and at the same time, it also played a role in resisting the invasion of other countries." Yu Wenzuo explained. In fact, the reason why Su Chen only mentioned the three major frontier armies in the southeast, north, and south when assigning the training positions of the martial arts academy, and there is no so-called Western Frontier Army, is because of the existence of the Tongtian mountain range, which made the martial god empire no longer have the possibility to establish a Western Frontier Army. Necessary. Hearing this, Su Chen was not only amazed. The highest peak of the Tongtian mountain range is already equivalent to Mount Everest in his previous life. If there is a chance, he must go to climb the Tongtian mountain range himself. It's a pity that the current Valkyrie Empire is still weak and cannot do without his rule. Ding! It is detected that the host has started the plot Empire infiltration, which meets the check-in requirements. Is the host signed in? Just as Su Chen was thinking, the system's notification sound suddenly sounded in his mind. Su Chen was stunned for a moment, and then opened the details page of the system information. The system detected that Yetian Han, the emperor of the Nanlin Empire, sent intelligence personnel to invade the martial god empire, trying to penetrate the official system of the martial god empire and seize the secrets of the martial god empire. After reading the specific content that triggered his sign-in, Su Chen couldn't help showing a solemn expression. "Sign in," Su Chen said silently. Ding! Sign in successfully. Congratulations to the host for obtaining Dakin Black Ice Platform Management Manual, 300 Iron Eagles. When the system notification sound came, Su Chen couldn't help but feel happy. If he really fell asleep, he would give him a pillow. Su Chen was just annoyed about the infiltration of intelligence personnel from the Nanlin Empire, and the system arranged for him the management method of a spy organization like Dakin Hibingtai in a blink of an eye. With those 300 Iron Eagle warriors as a team, the Black Ice Terrace must be able to gain a foothold in the martial god empire in a very short period of time. "General Yuan, do you know the Nanlin Empire?" Su Chen asked Yu Wenzuo. Yu Wenzuo nodded, and said, "The Nanlin Empire borders on the southern border of our martial god empire, and its national power is slightly weaker than our martial god empire, but it still cannot be underestimated." "Your Majesty, why did you suddenly mention the Nanlin Empire?" Su Chen snorted coldly, and said, "I got the news that the Emperor of the Nanlin Empire has sent intelligence personnel into our Valkyrie Empire, trying to infiltrate the official system of our Valkyrie Empire." "What?" Yu Wenzuo said in amazement, "This Nanlin Empire doesn't know how to live or die." "That's right. But, it's a joy to have friends coming from afar." Since the Nanlin Empire has sent intelligence personnel over, we naturally have to entertain them well. I plan to use the Mission Impossible strategy to instigate some of these spies to rebel, and use this as a basis to reversely invade the Nanlin Empire. Su Chen said with a sneer. Yu Wenzuo hesitated for a moment, and asked, but, how do we confirm the identities of these intelligence personnel from the Nanlin Empire? Su Chen said casually, isn't it easy? These intelligence personnel want to infiltrate the official system of our Valkyrie Empire, so they will naturally try to become one of the officials of our Valkyrie Empire. We only need to order all the officials of the Martial God Empire to enter the Martial Arts Academy in 1 month. In this way, it will be easy to find out who is a spy. Chapter 22 Taiying Ruishi, Build the Black Ice Platform. The light curtain at the entrance of the Martial Arts Academy can block the entry of all those who are not loyal to Su Chen, and it is naturally impossible for the intelligence personnel of the Nanlin Empire to be loyal to Su Chen. In this way, Su Chen only needs to arrest and interrogate all the officials blocked by the light curtain, and then he can find out all the intelligence personnel from the Nanlin Empire. So it is. Yu Wenzuo suddenly realized. General Yuan, you should go back first. This redress is over, and your military power should be returned to the imperial court. Your thousands of city defense troops are still waiting for your return. Su Chen said with a smile. Although Yu Wenzuo commanded 150,000 Valkyrie Empire troops in this battle, this was only a temporary appointment. Yu Wenzuo's true identity was still the leader of the Imperial City Defense Army. You know, long before Su Xian, the acting leader, entered the Martial Arts Academy to study, the Imperial City Defense Force has been in a state of leaderless. If it weren't for the strict military discipline established by Yu Wenzuo earlier that allowed them to train and perform tasks as usual, I am afraid that there would have been riots in the Imperial City Defense Force long ago. Yes. Yu Wenzuo nodded and stepped back. After Yu Wenzuo left, Su Chen rubbed his eyebrows and checked his system backpack. The Dakin Black Ice Platform Management Manual previously rewarded by the system was quietly lying in the system backpack. System, where are the 300 Iron Eagles? Su Chen asked the system. Ding! The host's 300 Iron Eagle warriors are ready 50 miles north of the Imperial City, and their identities have been implanted under the intervention of this system. The identity of the 300 Iron Eagle warriors is the host's mother, who is the host outside the Imperial City. Brought up slayers. Hearing this, Su Chen couldn't help being stunned. Is it the Queen Mother? It seems that I have to find some time to see her old man. Su Chen thought secretly. Su Chen stood up and left the palace without alarming anyone. He flew in the direction indicated by the system. Soon, Su Chen found a small camp 50 miles north of the Imperial City. This camp is not big, and its area is only the size of 5 villas in Su Chen's previous life. However, the camp is located on this endless plain, which looks very abrupt. It seems that my Iron Eagle is in this camp. Su Chen thought so, and flew directly over the camp. The internal structure of this camp is very similar to the school field in the Imperial City Defense Army camp, and in this camp, 300 men in armor are waving sharp swords in their hands, constantly conducting various trainings. Su Chen looked carefully, and he found that some of the training done by these Iron Eagle warriors even appeared in the training of special forces in his previous life. The whole body of these 300 Iron Eagle warriors exudes a terrifying murderous aura. Even from a distance, Su Chen can be sure that these 300 Iron Eagle warriors are the best of the best. It's really worthy of being an Iron Eagle sharpshooter. Su Chen couldn't help sighing. Thinking of this, Su Chen released the energy that concealed his breath, showed his figure, and slowly fell towards the school field below. Who? The moment Su Chen showed his figure, the 300 Iron Eagle warriors below all discovered his existence. In less than 2 breaths, the 300 Iron Eagle warriors quickly took off the compound bow on their backs, and drew the bow with an arrow, aiming at Su Chen in the air. The reaction of these 300 iron eagles was not unpleasant. Facing the aiming of 300 compound bows, Su Chen didn't feel nervous at all. Su Chen opened his hands, and the emperor's clothes, emperor's crown and emperor's sword appeared on his body, showing his identity. Seeing this scene, the 300 Iron Eagle warriors quickly put down the compound bow in their hands, and knelt down on one knee at the same time in the direction of Su Chen, saluting, "My subordinates greet the master." Su Chen controlled his body to land firmly on the ground, and then asked, "Are you the dead warriors my mother trained outside the imperial city? Let your leader come out." As Su Chen's voice fell, a young man who looked only in his 20s walked out of the 300 Iron Eagle warriors. The young man saluted Su Chen. "What's your name?" Su Chen asked. The young man replied, "Report to the master, I am under the shadow of the night." Su Chen nodded and said, "From today onwards, you will call yourself Iron Eagle warriors, and you, Ye Ying, are the leader of these 300 Iron Eagle warriors." "Yes, master," Ye Ying said. Su Chen glanced at the 300 Iron Eagle warriors in front of him again. This well-trained and powerful elite, he can be said to be more and more satisfied the more he looks at it. In addition, I plan to form an intelligence organization, the Black Ice Platform. And you 300 Iron Eagle fighters are the team members of our Black Ice Tower. This is the management manual of the Black Ice Tower. From today onwards, you will be in charge of our Black Ice Tower. After the establishment of the Black Ice Platform, I only need to be responsible to me." As Su Chen said, he took out the Dakin Black Ice Platform Management Manual from the system backpack and handed it to Ye Ying. "The subordinates will definitely live up to the master's expectations." Ye Ying swore, he bowed and took the Dakin Black Ice Platform Management Manual. "With this token, the Imperial City Defense Force will let you enter the city. I have already arranged accommodation for you in the Imperial City, and that will be the future base of the Black Ice Terrace." Su Chen threw a token engraved with the word Su to Ye Ying, and urged. After giving orders about the formation of the Black Ice Platform, Su Chen returned to the palace ahead of schedule. However, just as Su Chen sat firmly on the chair in the imperial study, Yuaner's voice came from outside the door. "Your Majesty, the sixth prince seeks an audience." Su Xian is here." Su Chen said, "Let him in." After a while, the door of the imperial study room was pushed open, and Su Xian walked in from the door. "In 1 month, I broke through from an early-stage dark energy warrior to a late-stage dark energy warrior, that's fine." Su Chen looked at Su Xian and said with a smile. Su Xian smiled wryly and said, "Brother Emperor, don't tease me. Master told me that you are now a Tier 4 martial artist. Compared with you, the cultivation base of my late-stage martial artist is nothing." "What?" Su Chen patted Su Xian on the shoulder, and said with a smile, "Don't underestimate yourself. Don't you envy Yuan Zuo for being able to lead the 150,000 martial god empire army to be rehabilitated? Now, your chance has come." Su Chen said. Hearing this, Su Xian was startled. "Brother Huang, is there another prince rebelling in the martial god empire?" Su Xian asked subconsciously. Snapped. Su Chen slapped Su Xian on the head, and said angrily, "What are you thinking? Brother Huang, what do you mean?" Su Xian asked tentatively, covering his forehead. Although Su Chen didn't use the power of luck in his body, it still gave him a headache. Su Chen said, "The Nanlin Empire, which is located in the south of our martial god empire, doesn't know what is good or bad, and dares to send intelligence personnel to infiltrate the martial god empire. After we find out these intelligence personnel, it's time for us to use our troops against the Nanlin Empire. Thinking about it, it's coming soon." Chapter 23 Yefeng's Strategy. Yes, from the moment Su Chen learned that the Nanlin Empire sent intelligence personnel to invade the martial god empire, Su Chen planned to use troops against the Nanlin Empire. dare to harbor ill intentions towards his martial god empire, this Nanlin Empire is doomed to perish. The Nanlin Empire really deserves to die, brother, please let me participate in the battle when the time comes. Su Jian said. Su Chen nodded and said in agreement, don't worry, but before that, I want you to break through to the cultivation level of a martial artist. Only in this way can you have the most basic self-protection ability in the army. Okay. Su Jian agreed without hesitation. During Su Jian's nearly 1 month stay at the Martial Arts Academy, he chose a Kung Fu that was particularly suitable for him to practice. With the help of this Kung Fu, Su Jian is confident that he will be able to break through to become a martial artist within the next month. Su Chen waved his hand and said, okay, you can go back to the Martial Arts Academy to practice. After Su Jian agreed, he left the Imperial Study Room. At this time, the southern border of the Martial God Empire. More than 20 men in ragged clothes were panting and running on the wilderness. After a while, they checked that there was no one behind them, and then slowly stopped. One of the neatly dressed men stood at the front of the line, holding a saber in his hand. Boss, when we entered the border of the Martial God Empire, 13 brothers were discovered by the southern border army. They all sacrificed to cover us. A man stepped forward and said to the leader. Yes, these 20 people are the intelligence personnel sent by the Nanlin Empire. And the leading man is naturally the person in charge of this operation, Ye Feng, the third prince of the Nanlin Empire. Hearing this, Ye Feng was taken aback, and he looked at the intelligence personnel of the Nanlin Empire behind him. Sure enough, the intelligence personnel of the Nanlin Empire were at least 1/3 less than when they arrived. Damn the Southern Frontier Army! After I send the Southern Border Defense map back to the Empire, I will definitely kill the Southern Frontier Army. Ye Feng gritted his teeth and said. An intelligence officer asked, Chief, now we have lost track of the Southern Border Army. What should we do next? Ye Feng was lost in thought. According to previous intelligence, the cities where the rebellion broke out in the Martial God Empire include Zhenyi City and Linwu City. And some of the officials in these two cities were killed by Su Tianyan and Su Tianyu after they rebelled, which also created vacancies for officials in these two cities. According to the laws of the Martial God Empire, although some larger official positions are filled by the imperial court, some smaller official positions that still have access to confidentiality can be appointed by the city lord. Ye Feng looked at the intelligence personnel and said so. That is to say, we must first bribe the city lords of these two cities and let them grant us the official position of the Martial God Empire. Asked another intelligence officer. Ye Feng shook his head and said, no. According to the news from the previous intelligence personnel, whether it is Zhenyi City or Linwu City, the city owners are completely loyal to the Martial God Empire, and it is very difficult to bribe them. It's just that the city lords of these two cities are still waiting for orders in the Imperial City, and we can first contact the Deputy City Lord who is second only to the City Lord. The Deputy City Lord also has the power to appoint minor officials. While talking, Ye Feng asked the intelligence personnel beside him, Old Wu, can you contact the intelligence personnel we arranged in the Martial God Empire? Lao Wu replied, yes, after we enter Zhenyi's city, I will be able to find him through the code left before. Ye Feng nodded and said, okay, you take 10 people to Zhenyi's city. After you find our person in Zhenyi's city, use that person's gold to buy the official position in Zhenyi's city. And I will take the rest of the people to Linwu city. After you meet with our people, let him bring enough gold to meet me. Let's split up and infiltrate the official system of the Valkyrie Empire as soon as possible. Ye Feng arranged. The Nanlin Empire arranged intelligence personnel to lurk in the Valkyrie Empire for nearly 30 years. During these 30 years, the other party obtained a large amount of gold from the Valkyrie Empire. With these gold as a support, his plan to infiltrate the Valkyrie Empire can proceed more smoothly. The Martial God Empire, the Imperial City. Less than 100 meters away from the Imperial Palace, there is a mansion with a huge area. This mansion was originally the Prime Minister's mansion of the former Prime Minister Ji Lufeng, but after Ji Lufeng's house was ransacked and exiled to the 9 clans, the position of Prime Minister was abolished, and this mansion became vacant. But, on this day, residents of the imperial city who passed by the mansion found that a new plaque had been hung on the door of the mansion. And on the plaque, there are 3 big characters Black Ice Terrace written on it. Yes, this was originally Ji Lufeng's mansion, but now it has become the headquarters of Hibingtai. At this time, Ye Ying had already held the token given by Su Chen, and led 300 Iron Eagle warriors through the city gate and entered the mansion. Ye Ying stood at the front of the 300 Iron Eagles and looked down at the group of Iron Eagles. They released their own aura at the same time, and the powerful blood power and terrifying murderous intent immediately enveloped the entire mansion. What is shocking is that among the 300 Iron Eagle warriors, the lowest cultivation level is actually a late-stage dark energy warrior, and Ye Ying, the leader of the Iron Eagle warriors, has the cultivation level of the peak energy warrior. Brothers, the Master ordered us to set up the Black Ice platform, and become the shadow behind the Master to serve the Master. Next, I will explain to my brothers what the Black Ice platform is, and what we should do as members of the Black Ice platform. Ye Ying held the Dakin Black Ice platform management manual given by Su Chen, and said loudly to the 300 Iron Eagle warriors ahead. Although the content of the Dakin Black Ice Terrace management manual is not very simple, Ye Ying roughly grasped it on the way to the Imperial City. These Iron Eagles were born as killing machines, and the only thing they had to do besides training was to obey orders. However, Ye Ying, who is the leader of these Iron Eagles, is different. In order to better serve as the leader of the Iron Eagles, Ye Ying had to learn various management knowledge in addition to training with other Iron Eagles since he was a child. Even when Ye Ying was 10 years old, he was secretly sent to a military academy in the southern border of the Martial God Empire, where he was trained for 3 years. It can be said that in order to cultivate Ye Ying, Su Chen's mother and concubine Yunju took great pains. Therefore, Ye Ying's ability is also very top-notch among the 300 Iron Eagle warriors. Chapter 24 Examination of the Black Ice Platform. Ye Ying looked at the group of Iron Eagle warriors in front of him, and said lightly, "The Black Ice Platform is divided into 3 groups, the Assassination Group, the Investigation Group, and the Shadow Guard Group. The Iron Eagle warriors of the Assassination Team are responsible for assassinating the enemy, the Investigation Team is responsible for inquiring about all the information needed by the Valkyrie Empire, and the Shadow Guard Team is responsible for secretly protecting all the important figures of the Valkyrie Empire." Ye Ying continued to introduce the Iron Eagle warriors, and at the same time arranged for them to join the 3 groups of the Black Ice platform. While Ye Ying was dealing with various matters at the beginning of the establishment of the Black Ice platform, Su Chen was also reviewing a large number of memorials from the Martial God Empire in the palace. At this moment, Yuaner's voice sounded again. "Your Majesty, the 8th Prince and the 9th Princess are here to see you." Hearing this, Su Chen's expression brightened, and he quickly said, "Let them in." If Su Yi and Su Ziaju hadn't gone to the Martial Arts Academy to practice, why would he need to work hard here to review the memorials? However, Su Chen seemed to have forgotten that it seemed that he was supposed to do this in the first place. It's just that he wanted to be the hands-off shopkeeper, so he left the matter to Su Yi and Su Ziaju. Soon, Su Yi and Su Ziaju pushed the door open and entered. After nearly a month, the aura around the two of them has changed a lot. Su Yi was originally just a warrior of bright energy, but now he is already in the middle stage of dark energy. And Su Ziaju, who was originally a dark energy warrior, has now reached the peak of a dark energy warrior, and it seems that he may break through to a Huajin warrior at any time. "Brother Huang, we are back." Su Ziaju smiled and said. Su Chen stood up directly, and warmly greeted the two of them, "Come, come, sit." Seeing that Su Chen suddenly became so enthusiastic, Su Ziaju couldn't help but looked at him suspiciously, and then sat down with Su Yi cautiously. "Well, since you are back, you should be responsible for these memorials. Su Chen put a large stack of memorials in front of the two of them, and said with a smile. Seeing this, Su Yi and Su Ziaju's foreheads were covered with black lines. It's true that you are courteous for nothing, rape or robbery. I said, Brother Huang, why are you so enthusiastic about us this time? Su Ziaju rolled her eyes and said. In the previous relationship, Su Ziaju also figured out Su Chen's character. That's why she dared to joke with Su Chen like this. By the way, Brother Huang, I want to apply for a job with you. Su Ziaju said. Su Chen asked suspiciously, what's the matter? Tell me. Su Ziaju said, we met Brother Xian when we came here, and we also heard about the Nanlin Empire. Brother Huang, I don't think cultivation is the only criterion for judging strength, actual combat is. Therefore, I would like to apply to join the army led by Brother Xian when the martial god Empire declares war on the Nanlin Empire. Su Ziaju said firmly. Su Chen thought for a while, but did not reply directly, but asked suddenly, by the way, Xiaoju, what kind of martial arts did you learn in the Martial Arts Academy? Ah? Assassination, right? When I'm in the army, I can assassinate the enemy's leader to boost our morale. Su Ziaju said. Hearing this, Su Chen's eyes lit up. Xiaoju, I formed an intelligence organization called Black Ice Platform, are you interested in joining? Su Chen asked. Su Ziaju asked doubtfully, Black Ice Terrace. Su Chen told Su Ziaju about the establishment of the Black Ice Terrace, and then said, with your ability in assassination, you can definitely consider joining the assassination team of the Black Ice Terrace. When the martial god Empire is fighting against the Nanlin Empire, the Black Ice Terrace will also secretly send people to accompany the army. Things like assassinating the enemy's leader will be done by the people from the Black Ice Terrace. If you are willing to join the Black Ice Platform, these tasks may not be entrusted to you. Listening to Su Chen's narration, Su Ziaju's eyes became brighter and brighter. Okay, okay. I'll join. Su Ziaju nodded like a chicken pecking rice. Su Chen smiled and said, okay, go to the headquarters of the Black Ice Station and find Yang to report. This is my token. Su Chen handed a token to Su Ziaju, and at the same time told her the location of the headquarters of the Black Ice Terrace. Okay. Su Ziaju nodded repeatedly, and then left the palace. Watching his imperial sister leave, Su Yi opened his mouth, but didn't say anything. He turned his head and saw Su Chen, who was smiling all over his face. Su Yi, since Xiaoju has gone to the Black Ice Terrace, these memorials are all up to you. Su Chen patted Su Yi's shoulder with a smile, and said so. Okay. Su Yi nodded helplessly. In a quarter of an hour, Su Ziaju came outside the headquarters of Hibingtai and knocked on the door of the mansion. Not long after, the door was opened. It was the expressionless Ye Ying who opened the door. What's the matter? Ye Ying asked lightly. Su Ziaju took out the token given by Su Chen, and said, I am Su Ziaju, the 9 Emperor daughter of the martial god Empire. Brother Huang asked me to come. I want to join the assassination team of Black Ice Terrace. Ye Ying took the token, confirmed it was correct, and said, come in. Although you are sent by the master, if you fail the examination of the Black Ice Platform, you will not be able to join our Black Ice Platform. Yeah, I know. Su Ziaju nodded and followed Ye Ying into the room. In the compound, more than 100 Iron Eagle sharp men from the assassination team were sitting on one side to rest. After Ye Ying brought Su Ziaju into the compound, she said to her, the assessment for joining the Black Ice Platform is divided into 3 items, namely the assessment of cultivation base, the assessment of weapon proficiency, and the assessment required to enter different groups. Different tests. In fact, there is another most important item in the assessment of joining the Black Ice Platform, and that is the assessment of loyalty. However, with the existence of Martial Arts Academy, this assessment was omitted by Ye Ying. After all those who joined the Black Ice Terrace had to go through training at the Martial Arts Academy at least once. As for those who can enter the Martial Arts Academy, there is no doubt about their loyalty. First of all, the basic requirement in terms of cultivation to join the Black Ice Terrace is to be a dark warrior. Ye Ying said lightly. Su Xiaju unleashed her cultivation at the peak of dark energy, nodded and said, "Well, I have achieved this." Ye Ying continued, "Secondly, you need to use at least 2 different weapons to kill people at the next level, that is, to defeat warriors in the early stage of Huajin. You choose your weapon." Su Xiaju hesitated, and said, "I choose dagger and one-handed sword." "Okay." Ye Ying nodded. Afterwards, Ye Ying looked at Iron Eagle Ruishi by the wall. 09, come here. Ye Ying shouted. An Iron Eagle warrior came over. 09 is not the name of this Iron Eagle sharp warrior, but his code name. Every Iron Eagle warrior of the Black Ice platform has his own code name, and they will be referred to by their code name when performing tasks. However, Ye Ying is the only exception, because his code name is Ye Ying. The author has something to say. Recommend a wave of books by good brothers of the writer group. Go to Invincible, I'm really not a great sword immortal. Ancestor worship in the Dynasty, I revealed the coffin and shocked the immortal cultivation world. Doluo, from being overheard by Bibi Dong. Starting system, my wife has the capital of a great emperor. Interested book lovers can search and have a look. In addition, the Little White Tiger begs for rewards, monthly tickets and recommendation tickets. Chapter 25 Codename Shadow Dance. Lingju, you should compete with this newcomer, don't hurt her life. Ye Ying said lightly. This codenamed Lingju is one of the few strong fighters among the 100 Iron Eagle fighters. If Lingju makes a move, he will neither hurt Su Xiaju's life because he can't control the strength, nor will he hurt Su Xiaju because of his strength. Insufficient and overturned in the gutter. Yes. Lingju nodded, put down the compound bow behind his back, and then drew the black iron sword from his waist. Ye Ying took out a black iron dagger and a black iron sword same as Lingju's from the weapon rack behind, and signaled Su Xiaju to choose. Su Xiaju hesitated for a moment, and took the black iron dagger from Ye Ying. I'll use this first. Su Xiaju said softly. Okay, let's get started. Ye Ying announced lightly. As Ye Ying's voice fell, Lingju's expression instantly became fierce. Although Su Xiaju was a little nervous, she still went up with the black iron dagger in her hand. Shadow attack. Su Xiaju's figure changed quickly, and she appeared behind Lingju in an instant. The black iron dagger pierced through the air, but made no sound. Su Xiaju's series of movements flowed smoothly, like a ghost. Unfortunately, Lingju discovered her trajectory. The corner of Lingju's mouth curled up. He didn't move too much, but simply stabbed the black iron sword in his hand toward his rear obliquely. But it was this thorn that made Su Xiaju break out in a cold sweat. I saw the black iron sword thrust out, aiming at Su Xiaju's throat. Su Xiaju immediately backed away like a kitten with frayed fur, and a look of panic appeared in her eyes. She did not expect that the Black Ice Terrace was full of crouching tiger, hidden dragon. This Iron Eagle sharp warrior codenamed 09 alone has the strength to kill her instantly. Yes, kill her instantly. If Lingju's sword hadn't been released and exposed to Su Xiaju's sight on purpose, Su Xiaju might have died under his sword. Su Xiaju was no longer impulsive, but kept a certain distance from Lingju, carefully looking for the opponent's flaws. However, the two stalemate for nearly an hour, and Su Xiaju failed to find each other's flaws. On the contrary, it was she herself who exposed several flaws in this nearly an hour. If Lingju was her real enemy, then she might have died countless times. Fight. As time went by, Su Xiaju was also dripping with sweat. Her physical strength continued to decline, and she understood that she could not last longer than Lingju under such a situation of high concentration. so, Suzaiju gritted her teeth, and charged forward again holding the black iron dagger in her hand. Lord of the Wind. Suzaiju's figure was changing rapidly in the air under the display of this physical martial skill, making it difficult for Lingju to see her moving trajectory clearly. In fact, there is not much difference in cultivation between Suzaiju and Lingju. And Lingju was able to easily defeat Suzaiju because of his strong fighting consciousness. But now, Suzaiju is using her advantages in martial arts to fill in the gap in combat awareness. Soon, Suzaiju approached Lingju. Lingju has a strong fighting consciousness, even if he swung his sword subconsciously, he could accurately block Suzaiju's attack. But Suzaiju's constantly changing body shape also made all Lingju's attacks useless. In this way, the battle between the two stalemate again, and neither can defeat the other. However, Suzaiju's physical consumption will undoubtedly exceed Lingju's. After all, Suzaiju had been moving her body all the time, while Lingju was just standing still and fighting back. If this continues, then the final loser must be Suzaiju. But at this moment, Ye Ying said, "Okay, stop." As Ye Ying's voice fell, Suzaiju and Lingju's figures separated instantly, and the two stood on both sides of Ye Ying. "You two take a break and recover your strength," Ye Ying said calmly. Suzaiju and Lingju nodded at the same time, and then sat down on the big rock beside them to rest. In a quarter of an hour, Ye Ying handed the black iron sword to Suzaiju, and then announced the beginning of the competition. This time, the weapons Suzaiju and Lingju used were both one-handed swords. In this way, the gap in weapons between the two sides was completely evened out. The shadow is like a sword. Suzaiju, holding the black iron sword, moved faster than before, and her figure appeared directly above Lingju like a phantom. Immediately afterwards, the black iron sword turned over in Suzaiju's hand, and stabbed towards Lingju below. Suzaiju is now in the blind spot of Lingju's vision. Although Lingju found that Suzaiju was gone, he didn't look up at his head. But just when Suzaiju's black iron sword was about to hit Lingju, Lingju's body turned sideways seemingly by coincidence, avoiding Suzaiju's sword. Immediately afterwards, Lingju swept the black iron sword across, and swung it towards Suzaiju who fell in mid-air. Facing the sweeping black iron sword, Suzaiju could only hold his own black iron sword across his chest hastily. Boom! There was a crashing sound, and Suzaiju's body exploded towards the rear like a missile, and finally hit the wall hard. Fortunately, the wall is of good quality, otherwise the wall would have been knocked down by Suzaiju. Well! Suzaiju supported her body with the black iron sword, not letting her body fall down. Severe pain came from her back, and a bright red appeared at the corner of her mouth. Suzaiju was injured. However, she only swayed for a moment, then rushed towards Lingju again. In Suzaiju's eyes, the sharp pain from the back seemed to be non-existent. She used the wind sword again to deal with Lingju. However, just as Suzaiju started to deal with Lingju, Ye Ying shouted to stop. With such an injury, you can persist in fighting. If you were replaced by another Huajin warrior, you might be able to counter-kill him. You can pass the second test. Ye Ying said expressionlessly. Suzaiju nodded, forced a smile, and said, "Thank you." As she spoke, she suddenly hissed. I saw that Suzaiju's back was already bloody from the previous impact. Not to mention a well-clothed imperial daughter like Suzaiju, even a professional killer might not be able to treat her as nothing. But Suzaiju did it. Maybe Suzaiju is really suitable for an organization like the Black Ice Terrace. The third assessment is based on the group you choose. Since you chose the assassination team, your assessment is to complete an official task of the assassination team. However, the Black Ice platform has only just been established, and the master has not yet assigned the task. Therefore, you should be a preliminary Iron Eagle warrior first, and then officially join the Black Ice platform after completing the third assessment. You can leave on your own every night and go to your own residence. But you have to come back here to gather at the next day and receive unified training. Do you understand? Ye Ying glanced at Su Xiaju and said calmly. Su Xiaju nodded and said, understood. Ye Ying said no more and left. At this moment, Lingju took off his helmet, revealing his handsome face. Girl, what's your name? 09 asked. Su Xiaju replied softly, Su Xiaju. Lingju said, here, every Tai Ying sharp warrior in the Black Ice Terrace has his own code name, such as me, code name Zeroju. Miss Su, have you decided what code name you want to give yourself? Hearing this, Su Xiaju fell into deep thought. After a long time, she said, my code name is Shadow Dance.